Hello friends, Namaskaram. Let me ask you, is India becoming the world's next great tech superpower? In this video, we dive deep into the Amazon's monumental $48 billion investment, which is announced recently for India alone. Following a landmark meeting between Amazon CEO Andy Jassy and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the tech giant has officially committed to massive capital injection between 2026 and 2030. We will actually break down where this money is actually going and how much is going to be used for expanding the AWS services in India. Let's go. $48 billion. Let that number sink in for a second. It's not just a budget, it's a massive tectonic shift in the global tech landscape. Amazon has officially laid out a staggering $48 billion investment plan for India, focused squarely on the future of AI and cloud infrastructure. But why India and why now? Is this just about expanding data centers, or is there a bigger, deeper strategy at play? Today, we are pulling back the curtain on Amazon's massive roadmap to transform India into the world's next great AI powerhouse. We are going to break down where the money is going, what it means for the Indian economy, and most importantly, what it means for people like you and me. To understand the why, we have to look at the where. Over the last decade, India has evolved from being the back office of the world to becoming a global innovation hub. We are seeing a surge in startups, a massive pool of engineering talent, and digital first population that is hungry for AI solutions. Friends, if you have reached so far, please let me know the name of the city or country from where you are watching this video. Alright, now let's proceed further on our breakdown. Amazon, through its cloud arm AWS, already has footprint here, but this 48 billion commitment is a signal. It's Amazon saying that they aren't just here to do business, they are here to build the underlying architecture of India's digital future. This investment isn't just about throwing money at a problem, it's about infrastructure. It's about fiber optics, massive data centers, and the compute power required to run the next generation of generative AI models. If the AI is the engine of the 21st century, Amazon wants it to be the company building the fuel station all across Indian subcontinent. So let's get into the technicals here. Where does $48 billion go? A huge chunk of this is destined for the AWS infrastructure. We're talking about scaling up existing data centers in Mumbai and Hyderabad. If you have been following the tech space, you know that Hyderabad has quickly become a data center capital due to its affordable climate, power, power availability, and government support. But beyond the steel and concrete, it is about the AI stack. Amazon is deploying advanced hardware, custom chips, high speed networking gear to ensure that Indian startup can train LLM, large language models locally. This is crucial. By keeping data sovereignty within the country, Amazon is making it easier for Indian fintechs, healthcare providers, and retail platforms to build AI applications that are compliant, fast, and secure. This isn't just about cloud storage anymore. It's about giving developers the tools to build the next unicorn company right here in India. Critics often ask, what does this mean for the average person? Well, the projections are massive. We are looking at a roadmap that aims to support millions of jobs, everything from direct employment at data centers to indirect roles in logistics, software development, and AI research. Let's talk about the small business angle. Amazon is integrating AI tools to help the Kirana stores, the local mom and pop shops, digitize their operations. Imagine an AI powered supply chain that predicts exactly what a small shop in a remote village need to stock and when. That is the kind of efficiency $48 billion can buy today, and that is what they're aiming to do. This aligns perfectly with India's goal of becoming a developed nation, which is, in other words, Viksit Bharat. By investing in this digital backbone, the Amazon is essentially lowering the barrier to entry for Indian entrepreneurs to compete on a global stage. Now, I want to keep it real with you. A $48 billion plan sounds perfect on paper, but the reality is complex. We are talking about massive energy consumption to power these AI servers. We're talking about strict data protection regulation in India that are constantly evolving. There is also intense competition. Google, Microsoft, and homegrown Indian players are all fighting for the same market share. Amazon isn't alone in this race. The success of the investment depends on how well Amazon navigates the local regulatory landscape and effectively, they can bridge the AI divide, ensuring that this tech reach is not just the big in the big metros like Bangalore or Hyderabad, but tier 2, tier 3 cities as well. At the end of the day, Amazon's $48 billion move is a long term play. They are betting that India's digital economy will not just grow, it will explode. If they get this right, they aren't just selling cloud services, they are becoming the invisible foundation of the entire nation's digital infrastructure. So, friends, what do you think? Is $48 billion enough to make India the global leader in AI, or there are hurdles we aren't talking about yet? Drop a comments below. I read each and every single one of you. You know that already. Don't forget to like this video if you learned something new, and hit that subscribe button to keep up with the future of the tech. I'm CK, and I will see you again in the next one. In a groundbreaking discovery, astronomers have captured a rare cosmic handshake. Two blazing quasars in the process of merging. Located billions of light years away, these luminous monsters are powered by supermassive black holes that are spiraling towards each other, destined to become a single, even more powerful and massive entity. What is going on here? Let us explore this further. Hello friends. Can the ancient wisdom solve the modern CEO's biggest challenge? In order to answer this question, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to explore why the state of Samadhi is becoming the ultimate North Star for the 21st century executive. In the area of market volatility and constant burnout, a leader's greatest asset isn't their strategy, it is their equanimity. We break down the Sanskrit wisdom of Yajna, Kam, and Kushalam through the lens of verse 6.23, which teaches us the true mastery is a state where no external crisis can perturb your inner peace. In the modern corporate world, we have a name for the principle of success. We call it making it. We envision the corner office, the global influence, the high stake decisions, etc. But if you ask a CEO today what their reality actually looks like, they won't talk about victory. They will talk about volatility. They will talk about the 3 a.m. anxiety, the black swan event, the crushing weight of responsibility for thousands of employees, and the constant noise of 24 by 7 market. Most leaders are living in a state of high functioning panic. But if I told you that 7,000 years ago, on a battlefield far removed from the glass skyscrapers, a solution was written for exactly this kind of pressure. Today we are looking at Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 23. We are going to explore why Samadhi, a term often reserved for monks in caves, is actually the most practical, competitive, and essential goal for the modern executive. So, friends, if you have reached this far, Please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you're watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Let's continue. Let's look at the text, verse 23 of chapter 6, and it says, quote starts, "Let it be known that the state of the severance from the union with the misery is called yoga. This yoga must be practiced with determination and an unprecedented mind." Now, let's unpack this first phrase, the severance from the union with misery. As a CEO, you often united with the outcome of your company. If the stock drops, you are miserable. If a competitor launches a better product, you are miserable again. Verse 23 suggests a state of yoga which we call samadhi, where that cord is cut. It isn't that the problem go away. It is that your union with the pain of those problems is severed. This is the state where the leader knows there is nothing greater left to achieve. It is about retirement. It's about reaching a level of internal mastery that makes external chaos irrelevant. The verse continues to explain that in this state, the practitioner is not perturbed by anything come what may. Think about the last crisis you faced. Did you react or did you respond? Well, reaction is emotional. It is driven by the fear of loss. Response is intellectual. It is driven by the samadhi, by clarity. For a CEO, being unperturbed is a superpower. Imagine a boardroom where everyone is losing their head because of the quarterly mess. The leader who has mastered Gita 6.23 sit in the center of the storm. They aren't cold or indifferent. They are simply not shaken. Because they have attained an internal samadhi, their decision making remains clinical, creative, and objective. While others are blinded by the misery, the samadhi led executive sees the path forward. This is the difference between a leader who survives and leader who resigns. Now the Gita is very, very practical. It doesn't say the state happens by accident. It says the state is achieved only by practicing yoga with determination and optimism. So there are several Sanskrit words related to determinism, and the mind does not become despondent. So we will move on. We will not try and read those Sanskrit words in this verse. For an executive, determination means the discipline of the routine. It's the daily meditation, the deep work, the refusal to let the inbox dictate your soul, etc. What is optimism? Optimism is even more critical. In business, things go wrong. Projects fail. Partnerships soars. If your mind becomes despondent, if you lose your optimism, your leadership dies. The Gita tells us that samadhi isn't a gift for the lucky one. It's a result of the disciplined mind. It's a practice. You have to train your brain to return to center every single day, just as you would train your body in the gym. Now let's talk about the bottom line. Where should a CEO care about the ancient Sanskrit verses? First is cognitive longevity. Stress kills creativity and samadhi preserves it. Next, talent retention. People follow unperturbed leaders, they don't follow the panicked ones. Third, risk management. When you are free from misery, you don't make desperate, high risk gambles to save your ego. You make calculated moves to grow the vision. In the past, we thought the goal of an executive was more market, more share, more revenue, more accolades. But the Gita suggests that the new executive goal is actually enough. When you reach a state where you know there is nothing greater left to achieve, internally you paradoxically become more effective at achieving things externally. You are no longer hungry and desperate. You are focused and formidable. So as we close this lesson from chapter 6 verse 23, I leave you with a challenge. Look at your calendar for the next week. how much of it is dedicated to the union with misery, the firefighting, the stressing and reacting, and how much is dedicated to severance, the practice of finding your center. The corner office were never meant to be a cage of anxiety, it was meant to be a seat of wisdom. Practice with determination, lead with optimism, and find the state of samadhi where, come what may, you remain the master of your own soul. Thanks for listening, friends. If you have any question or any suggestions, kindly send us a message in the message section below. Before I close this session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, a very big question that we want to address today is, are we alone or are we just being watched? For decades, we have scanned the stars for signals, but new speculation from SETI and leading astrophysicists suggest a chilling possibility. It is already too late to hide. While we search for them, humanity has spent the last century broadcasting our presence to the cosmos. In this video, we dive deep into the great silence and why the latest breakthrough in technosignatures and planetary direction suggests that any advanced civilizations within 100 light years likely to already know Earth is a home to an industrial civilization. Let us explore this further. For over 60 years, humanity has been staring into the abyss of space and asking one simple question: where is everybody? We call it Fermi paradox. The universe is ancient, it is vast, and according to everything we know about biology and physics, it would be crawling with life. Yet, when we point our telescopes at the stars, we get nothing but cold, dead silence. We have assumed that if they were out there, we would have found them by now. We have treated the search for the extraterrestrial intelligence, which is SETI, like a game of cosmic hide and seek, where we are the ones doing the seeking. But in 2026, the conversation has shifted. Leading scientists and researchers are now proposing as much more unsettling reality. The silence isn't because they aren't there, and it isn't because they haven't found us. It's because they likely discovered Earth a long, long time ago. While we have been whispering into the dark, wondering if we are alone, we have actually been shouting our presence to the galaxy for over a century. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Today we are breaking down the new SETI speculation. We are looking at why it is officially too late to hide, how our own atmosphere is betraying us, and startling new research that suggests alien signals might be hiding in plain sight right in our own data. To understand why we are already visible, we have to look at what we call the technosignature. Since the early 20th century, Earth has been surrounded by an over-expanding bubble of radio waves. This radio bubble is now over 200 light years wide. Inside the bubble are thousands of star systems. If there is a civilization within 100 light years of us with even slightly better technology than ours, they don't need us to send them a hello message. They have already heard our earlier radio broadcasts, our television signals, and most importantly, our high frequency military radars. But it is not just radio. In the last year, researchers have found while exploring the exoplanet, because exoplanets search has reached a fevering pitch right now. We have been using the James Webb Space Telescope to look at the atmospheres of distant worlds, searching for methane, oxygen, carbon dioxide, the building block of life. Now the flip side of this perspective is, if an alien astronomer 50 light years away pointed a telescope similar to JWST or something much more advanced at Earth, what would they see? They wouldn't see the Great Wall of China or our cities. They would see our atmospheric fingerprint. They would see a planet with an atmosphere is in chemical disequilibrium. They would see an abundance of oxygen and nitrogen that shouldn't be there unless life was producing it. And since the Industrial Revolution, they would see technological pollutant, things like CFC and nitrogen dioxide, etc. To a distant observer, Earth isn't just a rock. It's glowing neon sign that says industrial civilization inside here. Alright. So if we are so visible, then why haven't we heard anything back? This brings us to the groundbreaking study published in early 2026 by astronomer like Ben Zuckerman at the UCLA. For decades, SETI has focused on narrowband signals, very specific thin frequency that don't occur in nature. The logic was if we see a needle thin spike on a radiograph, it must be artificial. But the new broadband SETI approach suggests that we have been looking for the wrong thing. Zuckerman and others argue that the advanced civilizations wouldn't waste energy sending weak, narrow signals across the void. They would use directed energy beams, powerful broadband bursts that are much easier to detect across the interstellar distances. And here is a kicker, these signals might already be sitting in our archives. We have been scanning the sky for a century for other purpose and other navigation, mapping the stars, studying black holes. This new speculation suggests that the evidence of aliens isn't waiting to be discovered in the future. It is likely hiding in plain sight. Within the petabytes of data we have already collected, we have just haven't looked at the data with the right algorithm yet. Think of it like this. We have been looking for specific person's voice in a crowded stadium when we should have been looking for the flashlight they were waving. There is another reason for this silence, and it was highlighted in March 2026. Report from SETI Institute. Dr. Vishal Gajar and his team recently discovered a major complication in how we hear the cosmos. It turns out that the space isn't an empty vacuum. It is filled with turbulent plasma and stellar winds. When a signal travels from distant star system to Earth, it has to pass through the space weather of that alien sun. This plasma can smear or broaden a signal. A perfect, clear, narrow broadcast from an alien planet might arrive at Earth looking like a fuzzy, distorted static. The SETI Institute realized that our current search tools are designed to filter out that kind of noise. We have been looking for perfect signal, but the universe is quite messy. This means we could have received a message yesterday, but our computers threw it in the trash because it looked like too much like a natural interference. We are literally turning or tuning into a wrong station. And it is possible the galaxy is far noisier than we ever imagined. So if they were here and if these signals are likely reaching us, why hasn't there been a first contact event? This leads us to the zoo hypothesis. If a civilization is advanced enough to detect our atmospheric pollution from 40 light years away, they are likely centuries ahead of us, if not millennia. To them, we might be like a new species of ants discovered in a remote jungle. You don't walk up the anthill to introduce yourself, you observe it. You set up cameras, you stay hidden so you don't disrupt their natural development. But as our technology improves, as we launch the Nancy Grace Roman Telescope and the Habitable World Observatory, we are becoming harder to ignore. We are starting to build our own cameras to look back at them. In April 2026, SETI Institute launched a Discover Future Lab. Their mission was to prepare humanity for the human dimensions of discovery. They aren't just asking how to find life anymore, they're asking what happens next. Because the consensus is changing, first contact might not be a signal we receive, but a realization we find in our own backyard. We used to think universe was a vast empty desert and we are lone campfire in the middle of the night, but the science of 2026 tells a different story. The desert is full of life and our campfire has been blazing signal fire over 100 years. Whether it is through leaked radio waves, chemical signatures in our cloud, or the broadband beams we haven't decoded yet, the great silence is starting to feel less like an absence of life and more like a waiting room. The question isn't, are we alone? anymore. The question is, when they finally decide to answer, will we be ready to listen? So friends, thanks for watching this deep dive into the new frontier of SETI. If you want to keep track of this cosmic discoveries with me, make sure that you hit the subscribe button. I'm CK and I will see you again in the next one. Before I leave, a word from our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, are you leading with clarity or are you reactive to the market chaos? In this video, we break down one of the most powerful management philosophies ever written, and that is Bhagavad Gita, mentioned in chapter 2 very clearly in verse 15. While the modern business culture often celebrates the hustle, the ancient wisdom teaches that the truly elite leader possesses something far more rare, which is equanimity. If you are a CEO or a business leader learning to navigate the dualities of business, joy and sorrow, profit and loss, success and failure is the ultimate differentiator between the short-term firefighting and long-term eternal business impact. Let's go and discuss this further. As a leader, we are often told that the secret to success is being in control. We track the KPIs, we manage the market volatility, and we try to predict the next disruption. We play the role of master of our own universe. But let's be honest, friends. How often do you feel like you're actually in control? In the high stake world of business, we are constantly buffeted by dualities. The joy of record breaking quarter followed immediately by the sorrow of a failed product launch, the elation of a new partnership followed by a sting of a loss of a very highly key team member. If your mental state is tied to these external fluctuations, you aren't leading, you are actually reacting. Today, I want to share a 7,000-year-old secret from Bhagavad Gita that flips this entire paradigm on its head. It is the secret to not just surviving the chaos, but mastering it. We are looking at chapter 2, verse 15. The verse says, and the quote starts, to whom joy and sorrow are one and the same, he becomes qualified for eternal life. And the quote close. Now, for a CEO, eternal life might sounds like a theological concept, but let's translate that into business terms. In a competitive market, eternal means sustainable. It means a business that doesn't collapse under pressure. When the verse talks about joy and sorrow being the same, that means part of the same coin. It isn't telling you to become a robot. It is teaching you equanimity. Imagine a balance scale like the one that you see everyday life in your real life. If your joy is too high, you get complacent. If your sorrow is too deep, you get paralyzed. The goal of the elite leader is to find this center point. It is the ability to look at the massive gain and massive losses and recognize them both as a transient data point. When you achieve that, you stop being a victim of your circumstances and start being the architect of your strategy. Think of this as a Jedi master, Jedi mindset of the boardroom. In the image, you know, you can imagine that you are building a lightsaber. Why? Because as a Jedi master, Jedi strength doesn't come from aggression; it comes from disciplined mind. How do we apply this in real company, in real life situation? First, detach from the outcome. You have to care deeply about the effort, the mission, the product, the team, but you must be detached from the temporary score of the market. Next, 24-hour rule. When something great happens, you don't get high. When something disastrous happens, you don't get too low. Take 24 hours to let the initial emotional spike settle before making any decision, any kind of decisions, right? So you actually follow a 24-hour rule. And because you're talking we are talking about the strategic decisions. Third, lead the culture. Lead the culture. Very, very important. Your team watches your energy. If you are frantic, they are frantic also. If you are steady, if you treat joy and sorrow with the same calm authority, you create a culture of resilience. You become the best of the men or the best of the leaders. That is a verse that refers to, right? By practicing equanimity, you gain a massive competitive advantage, which is clarity. When you aren't blind by the joy of a winner or the sorrow of a loss, you see the market exactly as it is. You make better calls. You refrain from making mistakes. You retain better talent. You build a legacy that lasts because it is built on foundation of internal stability, not external luck. The secret isn't a new software tool or a disruptive growth hack. The secret is the unshakable leader. And therefore, before I wind up, I like to challenge you this week is in your next board meeting or crisis, kindly pause, recognize the duality, step back into that center point, lead from a place of calm, not as a from a place of reaction. This is your challenge for today. Friends, if you found this perspective helpful, hit the subscribe button for more deep dives and how can we marry the ancient wisdom for the modern C-suite? And you must lead with purpose, lead with equanimity. So, friends, thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. See you very soon in the next one. हेलो दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। गणेश जी की पूजा स्टार्ट करते हैं और गणेश जी की पूजा हम एक मंत्र का उच्चारण करके करेंगे। आप सबको पता है कि हम हर रोज़ अपने काम शुरू करने से पहले भगवान को याद रखते हैं और उस मंत्र का उच्चारण करते हैं। तो ठीक है जी, अपना हाथ जोड़ लीजिए और मेरे साथ इस मंत्र का उच्चारण 11 दफ़ा करेंगे। ओम गम गणपते नमः। 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 ओम गण गणपते नमः। तो हमारी पूजा संपन्न हुई। हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे और इस आशा के साथ हम आपसे विदा लेते हैं कि आपका दिन मंगलमय हो। नमस्कार। हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कार। आप सबका स्वागत है। आज 6 जुलाई है और आज सोमवार का दिन है और आप सबको पता है कि जो सोमवार का दिन होता है वो भगवान शिव के लिए समर्पित होता है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे पूजा करके। हर रोज की तरह हम हर रोज पूजा करते हैं, तो आज शिव जी की पूजा हम करेंगे। हर रोज की तरह हम जैसे पूजा करते हैं, मंत्र का उच्चारण करते हैं, तो ये काउंटर मैं यूज करता हूँ। आप जैसे आपको सहूलियत हो, जैसे आपको अच्छा लगे, आप माला का इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं और आप मन में भी गिन सकते हैं। लेकिन हमारा जो मंत्र है वो 11 दफा करना है, तो आज हम महामृत्युंजय का जाप करेंगे 11 दफा। तो ध्यान रहे, इस चीज का आप अच्छी तरह पालन करें, भगवान शिव का ध्यान कर लें, हाथ जोड़ के नमन कर लें। और अ, अब हम अपना पाठ शुरू करते हैं महामृत्युंजय का मंत्र। ठीक है, ऑल राइट। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम नमः शिवाय, ओम नमः शिवाय, ओम नमः शिवाय। तो दोस्तों, आज हमारा पूजा हमारी समाप्त हुई। अब हम अपना दिन शुरू कर सकते हैं। तो आपका दिन और आपका हफ्ता सप्ताह अच्छा बीते, मंगलमय हो, इसी कामना के साथ अब हम आपसे विदा लेते हैं, लेकिन जल्दी ही मिलते हैं दूसरे वीडियो में। धन्यवाद। Are you feeling stuck in the middle class? Then this video is your guide to breaking free. We will reveal the hidden financial traps that are keeping you from true financial freedom, and we will also share the actionable strategies to escape 9 to 5 grind. You will learn how to build a passive income stream, invest for long term growth, and develop a mindset for wealth creation. If you're ready to stop trading time for money and start building a life of financial independence, you have to stay tuned because we are going to explore all of this. Let's go. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Look, let's be honest for a moment. Are you tired? Tired of endless cycles? the 9 to 5 grind, the bills piling up, the feeling that no matter how hard you work, you are just, you know, treading through these waters. You might be even earning a decent income, but somehow true financial freedom feels like a distant dream. The feeling, my friend, is what I call the middle class trap. It's a comfortable cage designed by the socialite expectations, clever marketing, and often our own ingrained financial habits. So, therefore, in this video, we are not just going to talk about it, we are going to give you a blueprint, a step by step guide on how to identify the trap, break free from the cycle, and start building the life of financial independence that you truly deserve. This isn't about getting rich quick, it's about getting rich smart and sustainably. So, if you are ready to escape the middle class mindset and build the lasting wealth, stick around because you are in the right place. First, we need to understand what exactly the middle class trap is. It's not a poverty trap, it's a comfort trap. It's an illusion of security that that keeps us from taking the necessary risks and making the bold moves required for true wealth. Let's break down the common pitfalls. We have been told to get a good job, work hard, climb the ladder, and that's fine for the security, but it often means trading all your time for money. Your income is capped, and your wealth building potential is limited to your working hours. So, as your income increases, so do your expenses. New car, big house, more expensive vacations, designer clothes. You feel richer, but you're just spending more, often, going deeper into debt. You are running faster just to stay in the same place. Credit card debts, car loans, personal loans, student loans. Debt is an anchor that weigh down your financial progress. It steals future earnings and prevents you from investing in your future. We will talk about good debt versus bad debt later, but most middle class debt is a bad debt. Schools don't teach us about investing, compounding interest, or building assets. We learn by trial and error, often making costly mistakes. This isn't your fault, but it is your responsibility to fix it. So I will start, by saying that you have to invest someday, and you have to also say that I will save more later. Maybe I will take that risk when I have more security. Someday rarely comes. Procrastination is the silent killer of the wealth. Escaping the middle class isn't just about changing your actions, it's about changing your mindset. The wealth think differently about money, the risk, and also the time. Here are the critical mindset shifts. Uh, the middle class basically consumes, they are the de facto consumers. The wealthy produce instead of just buying things, think about creating value, solving problems, and building assets. How can you create a product, a service, or investment that generates income? And the goal isn't just to earn more, it's to earn more efficiently so you can buy back your time. Your time is your most valuable asset. The wealthy focus on building systems and investment that makes more money without their active daily involvement. The wealthy understand and manage it well as well. This doesn't mean being reckless, but understanding that stagnation is often greater risk than well thought out ventures. And things like education, skills, networking, these are your most potent assets. The wealthy are lifelong learners, constantly upgrading their knowledge and expanding their network. Read books, take courses, find mentors. The middle class often think in terms of immediate gratification. The wealthy think, on the other hand, in decades. They have a long-term plan. They understand the power of compound interest and delayed gratification. All right. With the right mindset in place, let's talk about the practical steps before you jump into the big investment. You need solid foundation. These are non-negotiable. You can't control what you don't measure. Know exactly where every dollar goes. Use apps, spreadsheet, whatever works for you. This isn't about restrictions, it's about awareness and control. So, where are the actionable tips? Well, download a budgeting app or create a simple spreadsheet today. So, credit card debt, personal loans, if you have, pay it off aggressively. Every dollar you spend on interest is a dollar you can't invest in your future. Use the debt snowball or debt avalanche method to clear all of these. Aim for 3 to 6 months of living expenses in a separate, easily accessible savings account. This is your safety net, preventing you from going back into debt when unexpected life events happen. While cutting expenses is crucial, there is a limit. There is no limit on how much you can earn. There is a limit on how much you can cut, but there is no limit on how much you can earn. So, alright, are you getting paid what you are worth? Research market rates, build your case and ask for raises. Invest in courses or certification that makes you more valuable in your current job or open doors to higher paying roles. Explore ways to make extra money outside your 9 to 5 job. Things like freelancing, consulting, online businesses. These are not just extra cash, they are training ground for entrepreneurship. Pay yourself first. Let us automatic set up an automatic transfer from your checking to your savings and investment accounts before you have a chance to spend it all. So you basically park your money and then you get over the urge of spending more. All right. So once your foundation is solid, it is time to shift your focus from solely earning money to having your money work for you. This is where the wealthy truly separate themselves. These are low cost, diversified, and hands off way to invest in the entire market, perfect for a long term growth. Max out these tax advantaged retirement accounts. The tax benefits are immense, and time is your biggest ally with compounding. Buy properties and rent them out for passive income and appreciation. This often requires more capital and effort, but can be very rewarding. The way to invest in real estate without directly owning property is also you must explore. More liquid, less management intensive, and that is the property of the investment that you're seeking. This is arguably the fastest way to build significant wealth. Whether it is a brick or mortar or an online business, it gives you control, scalability, and uncapped income potential. E commerce, content creation, consulting, digital products, low overhead, global reach, some of the ideas that I can throw right now. So, there you have it, a comprehensive blueprint to escape the middle class trap and building the financial freedom you have been dreaming of. This journey isn't easy and it won't happen overnight. There will be a challenge, there may be setbacks and moments of doubt. But remember this, you are capable, you have the power to change your financial destiny. It starts with decision, a decision to stop accepting the status quo, to take control, and to build a life on your own terms. This isn't about hoarding money, it's about gaining options, option to travel, to spend more time with loved ones, to pursue your passion, to contribute to the cause you care about, and to live life on your own terms. Don't let the someday mentality hold you back. Your journey starts now. Pick one thing from this video, just one, and implement it today. So, friends, if this video resonated with you, please hit the like button, subscribe for more content like this, and leave a comment or question in the comment section below. And hopefully, you will be richer when we meet next time. So, friends, see you in the next one. Hello, friends. India and Netherlands have officially leveled up their relationship, announcing a massive strategic partnership focused on trade, innovation, and the most importantly, semiconductors. With the Netherlands being home to ASML, the backbone of global chip making, and India rapidly becoming a global tech manufacturing powerhouse, this super alliance is set to rewrite the rules of global supply chain. Therefore, in this video, we break down exactly what this partnership means, why semiconductors are at the heart of it, and how it impacts the global trade, technology, and geopolitics. Let's go. Imagine a world where future of the artificial intelligence, global trade, and the brain power behind the smartphone is entirely reshaped overnight. It's not a sci-fi movie, it's happening right now. We are officially witnessing the birth of a new global tech superpower alliance. In a historic move, India and the Netherlands have dramatically elevated their bilateral relationships into a full scale strategic partnership, signing a 17 something like 17 major agreements. Now, why does this matter to you or me? Because at the very absolute center of this massive deal is something that entire world is fighting over, and that is semiconductors. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's move forward. The Netherlands is the undisputed gatekeeper of the global chip manufacturing technology. India is the fastest growing technology and manufacturing market on earth. Together, they are creating a powerhouse designed to rewrite the global supply chain, secure critical minerals, and safeguard the future of technology. In this video, we are breaking down exactly what is this super alliance means, why this semiconductor deal is an absolute game changer, and how it impacts the global balance of power. So friends, let's dive in. B-roll of automated robotic arms handling silicon wafer. Sometimes you see this and you try to imagine this. To understand why this alliance is such a big deal, we have to look at what's under the hood. The semiconductor mega deal. Right now, the world runs on microchips. They are in your car, your phone, your medical equipment, and your military defense systems, but making them is incredibly difficult, and the supply chain is dangerously concentrated. Enter the Netherlands. The Dutch house, a tech juggernaut called ASML, is the only company in the world capable of making the extreme ultraviolet or EUV lithography machines required to print the most advanced microchips on earth. Without the Dutch tech, the global tech industry effectively grinds to a halt. Enter India now. Under the India Semiconductor Mission, India is investing tens of billions of dollars to become a premier global hub for chip manufacturing, trying to diversify away from traditional East Asia tech hub, and therefore this discussion going on with Netherlands and more specifically with ASML. During the bilateral talk in Hague, a massive milestone was reached. Tata Electronics and ASML officially closed a monumental partnership. ASML cutting edge equipment and expertise are heading straight to India's first major front, and it is going to complement to semiconductor fabrication plant or fab being built in Dholera in Gujarat. As the leaders noted, this means the chips will literally be built in India utilizing world-class Dutch machinery. This isn't just a simple buyer-seller agreement. The two nations are formally linked. The Dutch Semicon Competence Center directly to Indian Semiconductor Mission. They are building an entire ecosystem of suppliers, startups, and tech development. But you can't run multi-billion dollar chip fab with machines alone. You need human capital as well. You need genius level talent, And that brings us to what they are calling the brain bridge. One of the most exciting aspect of this 5-year strategic roadmap is the academic and research alliance. The Eindhoven University of Technology and the University of Twente in Netherlands have signed a comprehensive memorandum of cooperation with six of India's absolute elite engineering institutions. The Indian Brain Bridge institutions are the IISc, which is in Bangalore, IIT Mumbai or IIT Bombay, IIT Delhi, IIT Gandhinagar, IIT Guwahati, IIT Madras. This network isn't just purely academics, it is heavily backed by real world technology and giants like NXP, ASML, Tata's, and CG Semi. And therefore, this is a very big deal. At exactly the same time, they have signed a massive mobility and migration cooperation pact as well. What does this mean in plain English? It means significantly easier visa norms, smoother talent pipelines, and expanded long term partnership and work opportunities for Indian students and tech professionals in the Netherlands. The Dutch get direct access to India's unparalleled pool of software engineers and innovators, and India gets direct hands on training with the most sophisticated hardware technology on the planet Earth. It's a flawless win win. While the microchips are grabbing all the headlines, this new strategic alliance actually covers 17 different agreements designed to completely bind these two economies together. Let's look at the major pillar of this deal. First is the critical minerals. You can't build advanced electronics or electrical vehicle batteries without rare earth elements. The two nations have agreed to secure and build a resilient supply chain for critical minerals spanning from exploring to value chain integration. Number two is the green hydrogen roadmap. The Netherlands is a world leader in clean energy transition, and India wants to be the world's biggest exporter of the green hydrogen. This roadmap opens up a huge door for India to export clean energy directly into Europe. Number three is the defense industry roadmap. In a world riddled with geopolitical uncertainties and security is top of the mind, India and the Netherlands are designing a framework for the joint manufacturing of defense equipment, components, and direct technology transfer. There are even exploring a mutual logistic support agreement for their military forces. On top of all that, they have implemented a custom mutual administrative assistant agreement to streamline the trade and all aspects of whatever we have discussed so far. Remember, bilateral trade between these two already sit at a massive $27.8 billion. The Netherlands is India's fourth largest investor, and the port of Rotterdam serves as India's primary strategic gateway into entire European market. This pact essentially supercharged that gateway. Now we have to look at the bigger picture. Why is the alliance happening right now? The reality is that the global geopolitics are shifting fast. During their high level talks, the leadership of both nations spent a significant amount of time addressing global pain points. They expressed deep concerns over ongoing instability in West Asia and Ukraine, which have continuously threatened the global energy supplies and trade routes. Both nations took a hard, unified stance on the Strait of Hormuz, jointly demanding absolute freedom of navigation and the unhindered flow of global commerce, while explicitly opposing any restrictive maritime measures. By coming together, India and Netherlands are purposefully insulating themselves from the global shocks. Western nations are actively seeking trusted democratic partners to diversify their tech dependencies away from single source manufacturing countries. This alliance positions India as Europe's ultimate trusted partner for hardware while ensuring that Netherlands maintains a dominant foothold in booming South Asia market. As the leadership highlighted during this historic summit, this represents a new golden era for India Europe relationship. It marries the incredible speed and skill of India's economic growth with the world class innovation and tech expertise of Netherlands. The roadmap of 2026 to 2030 is locked in. The factories are being built, the universities are collaborating, and the microchips are about to flow. The tech landscape is evolving, and this super alliance is driving the change. But now I want to hear from you. What do you think about this partnership? Will this formally establish India as next global semiconductor superpower? How do you think this impact the global balance of tech power? Drop in your thoughts in the comments below. And if you find this breakdown valuable, make sure to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel and turn on the notifications so you never miss another deep dive into the technology reshaping our world. So friends, thanks for watching and I will see you again in the next one. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Engines of tomorrow are no longer bound by a single choice. They whisper efficiency and roar with power, and all from the same stream of fuel. The new two-in-one propulsion system is not just a hardware. It is a promise of a lighter spacecraft, smarter journey, and future where Mars feel closer than ever. So let's find out more about this. In the quiet laboratories where the engineers dream of carrying humanity farther than ever before, a new kind of engine hums with the promise. It is not a single thruster, but a simple upgrade. And also not a simple upgrade. That's what I want to just tell you and inform you. It is a kind of hybrid marvel, and in which is a two-in-one propulsion system that can feed monopropellant fuel into both electrical and chemical thrusters. This duality, elegant in its simplicity, and you may soon redefine how we journey to Mars and beyond. So for decades, the spacecraft designers have wrestled with the dilemma. Chemical thruster provide raw power and the brute force needed for liftoff and the orbital insertion and the quick maneuvers. The electric thruster, by contrast, offer efficiency, sipping fuel slowly while delivering steady acceleration over long voyage. So mission to Mars have always required a compromise. Carry both system, doubling mass and complexity, or sacrifice flexibility. This new breakthrough actually dissolved that compromises. By channelizing a single fuel source into two different modes of propulsion, engineers have created a system that is lighter, leaner, and far more adaptable. So imagine a spacecraft departing from Earth orbit. At first, it fire its chemical thruster, burning with this urgency to as actually escape a velocity. Then, once freed from the Earth gravitational forces, the same fuel is redirected into electric thruster, whispering ions into the void, pushing the craft steadily and towards the Mars. No need for separate tanks, valves, or redundant system. One fuel, two engine, and infinite possibilities. So the implication actually ripple outward. Reduced mass means more room for scientific instruments, habitats, or supplies for astronauts. And simplified architectures means fewer points of failure, critical advantage when the mission stretch across millions of kilometers. And versatility of this kind of versatility actually means that spacecraft can adapt mid-journey, switching between power and efficiency as condition demands. For Mars mission, where every kilometer counts and every maneuver must be precise, this innovation could be the difference between success and stagnation. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, now let's continue with our discussion. So, beyond Mars, the system hint at a new philosophy of exploration. Hybrid propulsion embodies resilience, the ability to shift gears in the face of uncertainty. It mirrors the adaptability humanity itself must embrace as we step into interplanetary life. So, just as explorer once carried sails and oars to masters both wind and current. Further, spacecraft may carry this dual thruster to master both speed and endurance. The upcoming in-space test will be more than a technical trial. It will be rehearsal for future. Engineers will watch closely as the system transition between modes as fuel flow seamlessly from one chamber to another, as the spacecraft responds with the agility. So, if successful, the test will mark a turning point. Propulsion not as a burden of choice, but a symphony of possibilities. So, in the grand arc of exploration, breakthrough often arrive quickly, tucked inside the engineering papers, yet their echoes resounds across the generation. In two-in-one propulsion system may one day be remembered as the invention that unlocked Mars, the key that opened the doors to solar system alive with the human footprints. So for now, it is a promise, an elegant solution waiting to prove itself in the silence of space, where every whisper of the thrust carries as closer to the new world. So new findings, new inventions, and new footmarks. So in the silence of the space, where every kilometer carried the very spark of thrust matters actually. And this hybrid engine stands as a symbol of ingenuity. By merging power with precision, it promises to lighten our journey and lengthen our reach. So if the upcoming test succeeds, it will not only simplify the path to Mars, but also mark the dawn of a new era where one stream of fuel carries humanity towards many horizons. So we have come to the end of this discussion. So if you feel like adding to this discussion, you want to add your viewpoint on this, please write in the comment section. We will definitely reply you. And also please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one very soon. See you. Bye bye.
Friends, let us stop wasting 40% of our marketing budget on fragmented workflows. By applying the Vedic mathematical sutras to your B2B strategy, we can build a self-optimizing engine that eliminates creative friction instantly. Watch in this video how this ancient algorithm precision transforms erratic production into a predictable high velocity output architecture, delivering absolute operational excellence. So today we are going to break down why this modern marketing is failing to convert, and how the principles of mental agility, pattern recognition, and radical simplification can be applied to our business objectives. Discover how to move from brute force marketing to high speed strategic precision. Most B2B content strategy fail because they lack the geometric precision. We are re-engineering pipeline using the workflow to turn our production cycle into high-speed scaling engines. If you demand immediate ROI and move from chaotic cycles to predictable high-volume architecture, this synthesis of ancient math and modern distribution is your unfair advantage. Let's go and discuss this further. To build a self-optimizing scaling engine, a leader must shift from managing daily tasks to designing a point of reference system that functions with strategic precision. Drawing inspirations from the Shrestha, which is the distinguished individual who set the standard for others to follow in business. The goal is to create a hierarchy of consciousness where decisions making is rooted beyond the simple data and intellect. By integrating principles like Nishkam, Karma, or action without desire for results, a CEO can focus on dedicated performance of duties and the structural integrity of the firm while detaching their emotional self-worth from fluctuating marketing outcomes. This approach leverages the same mental agility found in the ancient computational logic to strip away the noise of the modern complexity, allowing the business to scale through radical simplification and high-speed strategic alignment. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's proceed further. Most B2B leaders are trapped in the platform adoption cycle. You create one great insight, then spend 10 hours manually watering it down for LinkedIn, another 5 for your YouTube, and 3 more for email, newsletter, etc. It's a brute force scaling, and that is why your growth feels like a heavy lift. Today we are basically borrowing a principle from Vedic math to fix this. It is called the let me translate in English. It says by one more than the previous one. So in math, it's a shortcut for squaring numbers. In strategy, it is the formula for a self-optimizing scaling engine. The formula doesn't start with content. It starts with a core strategic insight. Think of this like a base 10. In Vedic logic, you don't recreate the number every time you square it. You simply look at what comes before and add 1 to it. Your first step is to identify your Shrestha insight, which is the distinguished point of reference that defines your expertise. If you are a business consultant, your insight isn't how to sell, it might be the hierarchy of decision making. Once this core is solidified, we stop creating and start recursing. And here is how we apply the formula, which is insight plus one. Instead of manual adaptation, you build a recursive system. And there are certain steps here. Step one is your core video or article is the previous one, right? That means you need to work on plus one part of it. Step two is system identifies the one more, the unique technical requirement of the next channel, like for example LinkedIn poll or Twitter thread or YouTube short, etc. Step three is instead of rewriting the system, extract the logic. So by applying this plus one more logic, you aren't managing 16 different channels. You are managing one engine that views each channel as a simple mathematical iteration of the original truth. And this is the Nishkam Karm in marketing. You focus on the dedicated performance of the core duty, and the result across the 16 channels become a calculated byproduct. So why 16? In Vedic math, we often work with 16 sutras. Imagine your scaling engine is a 4 by 4 grid. And so there are several things you can do actually with this. First is direct professional. Direct professions can things like LinkedIn, newsletter, white paper, etc. You can also start working on the visual impact, which includes YouTube campaigns, Instagram, SlideShare, etc. You should also look at the real-time engagement like Twitter, threads, webinars, or internal/secondary initiatives like employee advocacy, client portals, and podcast. When the formula is automated using agentic AI or standardized framework, the engine takes your single core insight and calculates the one more needed for all 16 platforms simultaneously. You move from being a content creator to a strategic point of reference. The result is radical simplification. You stop being paralyzed by the outcome across every platform and start trusting the mathematical precisions of your system. You are no longer adapting to platforms. The platforms are adapting to your logic. And that is how you build a self-optimizing engine that scales while you focus on the next big shift. So in 2026, shift towards algorithmic oversight model makes a transition from manual content moderation to high-speed point of reference system that prioritize total brand integrity. By establishing a hierarchy of consciousness within the AI, these models move beyond simple data processing to ensure that every output aligns with the core strategy value of the firm. This structural approach allows leaders to apply the principle of Nishkam Karm, focusing on dedicated performance of the system's duty while detaching from the noise of individual platform fluctuations. Consequently, organizations can achieve a 10x increase in production speed using a recursive logic to scale a single core insight across 16 channels without sacrificing the Shrestha, which is a standard of quality. This radical simplification effectively dismantles the complexity trap, transforming the CEO's role from the bottleneck of the manual approval to the architect of self-optimizing engines. To ensure the engine remains self-correcting, you must establish a feedback loop where each modular unit functions as a diagnostic sensor of the structural health of the next one. The system mirrors the hierarchy of consciousness where the lower level data points are continuously refined by high level point of reference. To prevent the complexity trap, by treating every channel output as recursive calculation, applying the logic of one more than the previous one. The engine identifies the misalignment in real time, allowing for radical simplification rather than manual troubleshooting. This structural integrity ensures that as production speed increases by 10x, the brand's core value remains protected through automated algorithmic oversight. Ultimately, this feedback loop enables a leader to practice Nishkam Karma, focusing on the dedicated maintenance of the engine's architecture while the system itself handles the burden of self optimization. By mastering these ancient principles of logic and efficiency, you transition from a participant to the complexity, a participant in the complexity trap to the architect of the high-speed, self-optimizing system. And this approach ensures the strategic growth is not just rapid but also rooted in the structural integrity and precision required for the 2026 landscape. As you implement the Vedic engine, you fulfill the role of the Shrestha, establishing a point of reference that defines the standards for the global B2B excellence. Focus on the dedicated performance of the system and let the calculated results across your 16 channels speaks for themselves. So friends, we have come to the end. I am CK, and if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across in the comment section below. I'd love to hear from you and address any query, any opinion as well. See you in the next one. Before I close this session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आप सबका स्वागत है। हम जो भी लीडर हैं, हमारे सीईओस हो सकते हैं, टीम लीडर्स हो सकते हैं, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हो सकते हैं, इन सबको एक चीज़ बहुत ही प्रभावित करती है, वो है बिजनेस अनसर्टेनिटी। उससे काफ़ी मानसिक तनाव होता है। तो हम इस चीज़ का सोल्यूशन ढूंढने की कोशिश करते हैं लेकिन कहीं मिलता नहीं है। तो आज हम इस क्वेश्चन का, इस सिचुएशन का सोल्यूशन निकालने का प्रयास करेंगे और हम भगवत गीता की सहायता लेंगे। आप सबको पता है भगवत गीता एक मास्टर क्लास की तरह हमारे सामने मौजूद है और आधुनिक लीडर के ऊपर बिल्कुल बखूबी इसकी जो लर्निंग्स है वो इम्प्लीमेंट की जा सकती हैं। तो आज हम एक पर्टिकुलर वर्ड से इस सिचुएशन का सोल्यूशन निकालेंगे जिसमें भगवान श्री कृष्ण ने अर्जुन को समझाया कि सब कुछ प्रकट और अप्रकट है, ठीक वैसे ही जैसे कि किसी बिजनेस का उतार चढ़ाव। चलिए इसके बारे में और डिस्कशन करते हैं। आज की भागदौड़ बड़ी जिंदगी कॉर्पोरेट दुनिया में, जहां बाजार हर पल बदलता है, जहां मुनाफा और घाटा किसी जुए की तरह अनिश्चित है, अनसर्टेन है, वहीं एक सीईओ का सबसे बड़ा हथियार क्या है? क्या वो टेक्नोलॉजी है? क्या उसकी बड़ी टीम है? नहीं, वो उसका हथियार है मेंटल स्टेबिलिटी, मानसिक स्थिरता। आज हम चर्चा करेंगे भगवत गीता के अध्याय 2 श्लोक 28 पर, जो एक सीईओ के लिए कर्म योगी और उसकी असली परिभाषा को डिफाइन करता है। चलिए हम इस पर्टिकुलर वर्स के बारे में बात करते हैं। इस वर्स में भगवान श्री कृष्ण अर्जुन से कहते हैं, हर चीज, हर इंसान, हर बिजनेस अपने जन्म से पहले इनविजिबल था, मृत्यु के बाद फिर से वो इनविजिबल हो जाएगा, मतलब वो होगा ही नहीं, मैनिफेस्ट ही नहीं होगा, अनमैनिफेस्टेड रहेगा। केवल जीवन, जन्म और मृत्यु के बीच में जो जीवन काल है उसी के अंदर विजिबल रहता है, मतलब मैनिफेस्टेड रहता है। तो जो अनिश्चितता है कि मरने के बाद क्या होगा, जन्म से पहले क्या होगा, उसके बारे में शोक क्यों करना। तो ये एक वर्स है, बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है। अब इसका हम एनालिसिस करेंगे। इससे पहले दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो हमें कमेंट करके जरूर बताएं कि किस सिटी से आप हमारा ये वीडियो देख रहे हैं और आप किस लैंग्वेज में हमारा वीडियो देखना पसंद करते हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। एक सीईओ के रूप में आप रोज नई चुनौतियां देखते हैं। प्रोजेक्ट फेल होते हैं, सक्सेस होता है, शेयर गिरता है, ऊपर चढ़ता है, लोग साथ छोड़ते हैं और इससे विपत्ति और दुख आता है। कभी कभी कुछ नेगेटिव होता है तो उससे कुछ ना कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स आती है या कोई दिक्कत आती है। लेकिन गीता आपको क्या बताना चाहती है? जो आया है वो जाएगा। बिजनेस का राइज एंड फॉल एक ही चक्र के हिस्से हैं। जब आप इस सच्चाई को स्वीकार कर लेते हैं तो उतार चढ़ाव का खेल जो है, इसके जो हिस्सा है, उसको उससे आपका डर खत्म हो जाता है। आप विचलित नहीं होते, आपको किसी तरह का भय नहीं लगता है। आपको समझ में आता है कि जो प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस है, दे आर पार्ट ऑफ द सेम कॉइन, सेम व्हील। आप परिणाम, जो रिजल्ट है, उसकी चिंता नहीं करते, बल्कि प्रोसेस में जीने की शुरुआत कर देते हैं। कृष्ण अर्जुन से कहते हैं कि जो अगर आप सब कुछ अस्थाई है तो पछतावा कैसा। एक सीईओ के लिए शोक का मतलब क्या है? अतीत की गलतियों पर रोना या भविष्य की विफलता पर डर को पैदा करना। मतलब आप पीछे वालों से इतने जो इंसिडेंट्स हुए उससे इतने ज्यादा आप टच हो जाते हैं कि आगे आप डरने लग जाते हैं। सो कर्म योगी होने का क्या मतलब है? पूरी ताकत के साथ काम करना, लेकिन उसके फल से खुद को बांध के नहीं रखना चाहिए, जिससे आपको ना किसी चीज का शौक हो, ना फ्यूचर में होने वाले इंसिडेंट्स का भय हो। आप डिटैच होकर निर्णय लें, तब आपके फैसले भावनाओं से नहीं बल्कि डेटा और विवेक से प्रेरित होंगे। यही वो स्थिरता है जो लीडर को भीड़ से अलग खड़ा करती है। अपनी टीम को यह संदेश दें कि अनिश्चित, अनसर्टेनिटी के गुलाम नहीं होके आपको काम करना है, और जो परिवर्तन है, चेंज, यही एक मीडियम है सक्सेस पाने का। मतलब कि चेंज को हमेशा एम्ब्रेस करना है। चेंज तो होके ही रहेगा। भगवान कृष्ण इस वर्ष में यही बता रहे हैं कि चेंज आपके कंट्रोल में नहीं है, रिजल्ट आपके कंट्रोल में नहीं है, लेकिन उस पे काम करना आपके पूरे कंट्रोल में है। मार्केट आपके कंट्रोल में नहीं है, मार्केट अनसर्टेन है, लेकिन कोई बात नहीं। आपके जो इन्वेस्टर हैं वो हमेशा चिंतित हैं, लेकिन उनको विजन दिखाइए। आपकी टीमें डरी हुई हैं, उनको आप स्टेबिलिटी दिखाइए। तो साथियों, अगली बार जब आप अपने सामने कोई बड़ी चुनौती आए तो याद रखें, इस पर्टिकुलर वर्ड्स के बारे में याद रखें, जो बहुत ही महान शब्द बोले गए हैं भगवान कृष्ण के द्वारा, अर्जुन को बताए गए हैं। इसकी सीख को जरूर ध्यान रखें और इससे ये आपको लगेगा कि आप स्थिर हो जाएंगे, आप कर्म योगी हो जाएंगे। आपको ये जो ये मंत्र की तरह आप इसको इस्तेमाल करें, आपका मार्गदर्शन होगा और आप सक्सेसफुल भी रहेंगे। लेकिन क्योंकि आप इस मंत्र को फॉलो करते हैं तो ज़्यादा सक्सेस और ज़्यादा फेलियर आपको प्रभावित नहीं करेंगे। तो दोस्तों, बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट सीख है। अगर आपके कुछ सवाल हैं या कोई आपके ओपिनियन है, जरूर करके कमेंट सेक्शन में लिखिए। और बी ए कर्मयोगी। हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए धन्यवाद। आपका दिन शुभ रहे। Hello friends, let me ask you, Are you leading your business with the clarity needed for the modern market? In this video, we explore a powerful leadership lesson hidden in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 1, verse 14. By analyzing the imagery of Arjun and Madhav, which is Lord Krishna's another name, on their divine chariot, we uncover the ancient blueprint for the strategic alignment, decisive action and leadership focus. Just as the divine conch signaled readiness for the battle ahead, the CEOs and the business leaders today must ensure their team vision and strategy are perfectly aligned before making your next big move. Discover how integrating these timeless principles can help you and lead your organization with greater purpose and competitive edge. Let's go and explore this further. Welcome. If you are a CEO or a leader in the modern boardroom, you know that the greatest challenge isn't just having a vision, it is the execution. It is ensuring that every department, every manager, and every employee is pulling in the same direction at the exactly the same time. In the corporate world, we call this strategic alignment. But what if I told you that one of the most sophisticated blueprint for alignment was documented thousands of years ago, and therefore today we are looking at the Bhagavad Gita's wisdom, specifically mentioned in chapter 1, verse 14. The verse read, "From Pandav camp, the Madhav and Arjun blew his divine conch from the glorious chariot drawn by the white horses." And uh, this is basically a glorious chariot drawn by the white horses. On the surface, this is a scene of the preparation for war, but for the modern executive, this is the masterclass in organizational readiness. Let's break down how this ancient signal translate into a high-stake modern business strategy. Let us deconstruct the verse. You have the chariot, the white horses, and the divine conch. The chariot, which is your business model, the chariot represents the structural foundation of your organization. It must be glorious, meaning robust, well maintained, and built to handle the terrain of the competitive market. Next is the white horses, which is your strategic asset. Horses in Gita symbolizes the senses and energy driving the movement. For a CEO, these are your teams, your capital, and your technology. If your horses are not perfectly aligned, the chariot moves into circles and therefore it will not go anywhere. Next is divine conch, the leadership, which is the leadership signal. This is the most crucial part. Before we blow this conch, which is the signal, it is what a movement of unified communication. So what Krishna is trying to tell you is that it is basically about the unified communication. So why do so many companies fail? It is rarely a lack of resource, it's a lack of alignment. As a CEO, your job is to blow the conch. You are the source of signal. If your signal, your vision is muffled or inconsistent, your horses will lose focus. Unified decision making definitely is important here. Like Arjun and Madhav, you need a partnership between the driver, which is the operation strategy, and the warrior, which is the market execution. And this will all basically all about readiness. The blowing of the conch signifies that the decision has been made and the organization is now in a state of readiness for execution. No more deliberations are required, no more doubts. The signals have been given. Friends, how do we apply this on Monday morning? Very good concept, but how do we actually implement it? First is audit your signals. Are you constantly pivoting, or is your conch blast clear enough for everybody to understand? If you have to repeat your vision daily, it means it hasn't been integrated into the teams yet. Ensure your white horse, which is the health or organizations, are your resources, your teams, and technology healthy and prepare for the intensity of the market. An aligned strategy fails if the asset pulling the chariot are exhausted or mismanaged. The feedback loop. In the Gita, the sound of the conch was meant to be heard across the entire field. Your internal communication must have every level of your organization from C suite to the front line. To conclude, chapter 1, verse 14 is not just description of the battlefield, it is a description of the leadership integrity. When leadership is aligned, the strategy is executed with divine precision. Your business is your chariot, your teams are your horses, your vision is the sound of your conch shell. When you blow the signal with absolute clarity, the market listens, and more importantly, your organization moves as one entity towards your ultimate goal. So, friends, this is a lesson from Bhagavad Gita. Thanks for joining this exploration of the ancient wisdom for the modern CEO. If you found this helpful, take a moment to look at how your own chariot is aligned today. So, friends, I will catch you again very soon in the next one. Please do not hesitate to send across your opinion or any question you might have. See you in the next one.
In the vast orchestra of human brain, not every instrument plays with equal resilience. Some neuron hum steadily through life's symphony, while other trembles at the faintest discord. The multiple sclerosis, long seen as a sweeping storm against the nervous system, is now revealed to the strike with the selective fury, targeting the most fragile player in this ensemble. New research uncovered that the certain brain cells stretched thin by their energy demand and delicate architectures are far more vulnerable to the disease relentless assault. And this discovery reframes MS as a uniform battle, but as a war fought on unseen terrain where the weakest link determine the fate of the whole. So let's find out more. Multiple sclerosis, MS, has been understood as a disease of the system gone awry, stripping away the protective myelin sheath that insulate the nerve fiber. Yet, despite the decades of research, one question has lingered. Why do certain regions of the brain and the spinal cord suffers more damage than the others? Recent findings have begun to illuminate this mystery, revealing that not all brain cells are equal in their vulnerability. Some neurons, by virtue of their structure, function, or metabolic demands, appear to be more immune to a kind of destructive cascade of MS than others. The study in question used advanced imaging and molecular profiling to map the landscape of neuronal damage in MS patients. Researchers discovered that the specific populations of neurons, particularly those involved in long range communication across the brain, showed heightened sensitivity to the inflammatory attacks. And these cells, often with the extended axon stretching across multiple brain regions, requires enormous amount of energy to maintain the signaling. When the inflammation disrupts their metabolic balance, they flatter more quickly than the shorter, more localized neuron. And this vulnerability may explain why MS patient often experience symptoms tied to coordination, vision, or cognitions, and the very function that rely on these long, energy hungry, neutral pathways. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, moving forward, another striking revelation was the role of oligodendrocytes, the cells responsible for producing myelin. Not all oligodendrocytes are created equal. Some subtypes appear more resilient, capable of remyelinating damaged axon, while the other succumb rapidly to the immune assault. The uneven distribution of these cell types across the brain may carry hotspot of vulnerability, regions where the damage accumulate faster and recover lag behind. So these cellular patchwork could amount for the unpredictable progression of MS. Where one patient experienced sudden vision loss while the other struggles with the motor control. The finding also highlight the importance of mitochondrial health. Neurons with weaker mitochondrial reserve and tiny powerhouses that fuel cellular activities were disproportionately affected. And in MS, inflammatory molecules can impair the mitochondrial functions, leading to energy shortage. For neurons already operating at the edge of their metabolic capacity, this shortage is catastrophic. And they lose the ability to transmit signals effectively, or contributing to the neurological deficient that define the disease. So, from the therapeutic perspective, these insights are profound. If certain neurons and oligodendrocytes are more vulnerable, treatment could be tailored to protect or bolster them specifically. For instance, the drug that enhance mitochondrial resilience or promote the survival of the remyelinating oligodendrocytes might slow disease progression. Similarly, the therapies that reduce the inflammatory burden on the long-range neuron could preserve the critical functions like memory and the motor coordinations. The research suggests a shift from the broad immunosuppression towards the precision strategies that safeguard the brain's most fragile components. So beyond the lab, these implications ripple into the living or lived experience of MS patients. Understanding why certain patients or why certain symptoms emerge and persist offers validation for those whose struggles have seen more profound, more implicable diseases, and the way they actually respond to the drugs. So it also opens opens the door to more personalized prognosis. The clinicians may one day predict which functions are most at risk in a given patient based on their cellular vulnerability profile. So, such a foresight could guide rehabilitation, lifestyle adjustments, and psychological support, making the journey with the MS less uncertain. The discovery that some brain cells are inherently more vulnerable reframes MS not just as an immune disorder, but as a condition of cellular fragility. It underscores the delicate balance that sustains brain function and how easily it can be tipped by inflammation. And in doing so, it brings hope that by identifying and protecting the brain's weak link, science may one day transform MS from a relentless disease into a manageable condition. So, in the end, what these discoveries reveal is not just the fragility of certain neurons, but the resilience of science itself. By uncovering the weak link in the brain's vast network, researchers are charting a path towards precision therapies that protect the most vulnerable cells and multiple sclerosis, once seen as a uniform storm, now emerged as a selective battle, one that can be fought with a sharper insight and targeted care. The story of MS is no longer only about the loss. It is about the possibility of safeguarding the brain's delicate symphony and ensuring that even its quickest note continue to play. So now we have come to the end of this discussion. Look forward for your comments on this subject. Thanks for watching, and feel free to put your questions regarding today's content. Please subscribe our channel and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the silent depths of universe where the particles dance unseen and forces whisper across the void, neutrinos have long been the enigmatic wanderers, the ghost slipping through the matter as if it were air. For decades, they seemed passive, mere spectator in the cosmic play. But now, a startling revelation suggests that they may be tugging at reality itself. The discovery of subtle neutrino force hint at the invisible thread woven into quantum fabric. Thread that could reshape our understanding of stars, galaxies, and the very architecture of our cosmos. So let's find out more. In the grand tapestry of physics, certain threads remain elusive, simmering faintly at the edge of our perception. Among them are neutrinos, ghostly particles that stream through the cosmos, through our bodies, through the earth itself, almost without interaction. For decades, they were treated as a passive wanderers. So for decades, as they were passive wanderers and important for the balance, but not for the force. Yet, the recent discovery suggests that neutrinos may weave their own subtle thread of influence, tugging at the fabric of matter in a way we are only beginning to understand. Before we go further, let us understand what are neutrinos. So neutrinos are elementary particle that belongs to the lepton family, similar to the electrons, but unlike electrons. They carry no electric charge and have extremely small mass, making them lightest known particle with mass, though not massless. Because they do not interact via the electromagnetic or strong forces, neutrinos can pass through the ordinary matter almost completely undisturbed, which is why trillions of them pass through our bodies every second without any effect. Neutrinos are crucial for understanding the fundamental physics, including the weak nuclear force, stellar processes, and cosmology. Their unique properties make them both elusive and invaluable for probing the universe in a way that other particles cannot. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, moving forward in this interesting details, the so-called neutrino force is not a kind of a push like a gravity or electromagnetism. It is a whisper, a faint pressure that emerges when the neutrinos scatter off nuclei, leaving behind a measurable trace. Physicists long suspected such interaction, but the evidence was buried beneath the noise. So hidden in the shadow of stronger forces. So now with the executively sensitive detectors buried deep underground and shielded from the cosmic interface, the researchers have begun to tease out these hidden signals. So the implications are profound. If neutrinos exert a force, however slight, they are not merely passive messenger of nuclear reaction, but an active participant in shaping matter. This reframed their role in stellar evolution, in supernova explosions, and even in the early universe. The faint tug of neutrinos may have influenced how galaxies cluttered and how matter danced and how the cosmic web itself was stitched together. So mapping this force requires patience and ingenuity. Detectors are filled with tons of liquid argon and heavy water wait slightly for the rare moment when the neutrino collides. And each flash of light, each ripple of energy is a clue. By collecting thousands of such events, scientists have reconstructed the hidden geometry of neutrino interactions. The emerging picture is one of the delicate thread quantum filament that connects the smallest scale of particle physics to the larger structure of cosmos. The discovery also challenges the standard model of physics that are so soft. It's like a soft framework which has guided science for half a century. Now, neutrinos were already anomalies and they oscillate between flavors and they have a mass when the theory predicted none. Now, with the evidence of the force, they may demand an extension of model, a new chapter in our understanding of fundamental interaction. For a lay person, the idea is both humbling and exhilarating, And imagine a particle so small they pass through a wall of lead as if it was a mist. Yet collectively they shape a density of stars. Imagine a universe where the invisible thread tugs gently at matter, guiding its dance across billions of years. The neutrino force reminds us that the nature's most powerful influence are not always loud or obvious. They can be subtle, patient, and hidden in a plain sight. As physicists continue to map these quantum thread, they are not merely cataloging another force, they are uncovering a deeper truth that the universe is woven from the interaction both grand and delicate, from explosion of supernova to a faintest whisper of neutrino. And in that weaving lies the story of everything: the galaxy above, the atom within, and the invisible force that bind them together. In the end, neutrino force is more than a scientific curiosity. It is a reminder that universe is stitched together by thread, both visible and unseen. Gravity may anchor the stars, electromagnetism may light the sky, but it is quite tug of neutrino that whisper of deeper harmonies. As physicists trace these quantum thread, they are not only mapping a new force, they are uncovering the poetry of existence itself, where even the faintest particle play their part in a grand design. So, invisible thread and infinite cosmos. So, we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the hollowed halls of Vedic debates, where sages wrestle with the mysteries of existence, one voice arose with fearless clarity, a woman's voice. Gargi, Vachak Navi, and Brahmavadini of Upanishads did not merely join the discourse. She challenged it, questioning the very fabric of reality and daring to ask what lies beyond space, beyond time, and beyond known. She established gender equality. For her, the presence in the Upanishadic assemblies demonstrated the wisdom was not confined to men, but accessible to all seekers. Her courage was not conquest of land, but conquest of thoughts. A victory that will still reverberates in 2026, reminding us that the pursuit of truth is not the greatest empire of all. So let's find out more about this. Gagi Vachak Navi, the fearless philosopher of the Vedic age, stands as one of the earliest recorded women intellectual in history. Her presence in the Brahmavadic Upanishad and is definitely monumental. She remembered as for engaging in profound debates with Yajna Valkya, one of the greatest sage of her time. Gagi's achievement was not merely her participation in philosophical discourse, it was her audacity to question very nature of existence, matter, and infinite at a time when the women's voice were really given a space in public intellectual life. Her most famous inquiry with Yajnavalkya on what is the world woven, wrap, and woof. She actually pressed further until she reached the ultimate questions of what sustain the universe beyond space and time. This relentless pursuit of truth established her as a philosopher of metaphysics, one who dared to probe the mysteries of Brahman, the eternal principle underlying all reality. Gagi's contribution was not only intellectual but symbolic. She embodied the spirit of inquiry, courage, and equality. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, moving forward, in 2026, Gagi's legacy reverberates in multiple ways. A woman across the world continues to break the barrier in science, technology, and leadership. Gagi's example remind us that the intellectual courage knows no gender. She insists on questioning the infinite mirror, which actually mirrors today's exploration in quantum physics, cosmology, and artificial intelligence, where the humanity seeks to understand what lies beyond observable matters. Gagi's voice beyond a timeless call to challenge the boundaries, to ask questions that unsettle, and to embrace inquiries as the highest drama. Beyond her celebrated debate, Gagi's achievement includes philosophical authority, as she was recognized as Brahmavadini, a woman who had mastered the Veda and philosophy. Her role in education is also profound. Gagi is said to have taught and inspired others, proving that women are integral part to intellectual fabric of ancient India. She established gender equality. Her presence in Upanishadic assemblies demonstrated the wisdom was not confined to men but accessible to all seekers. And culturally and historically, Gagi became the symbol of fearless inquiry. Her name invoked in later tradition as exemplar of women's intellectual and power. Her impact in 2026 is profound. In an era striving for inclusivity, Gagi's life reminds us that the root of equality and intellectual freedom run deep in Indian civilization. She challenged modern society to ensure that women's voices are not only heard but celebrated in every sphere, from philosophy to politics, from science to spirituality. Thus, Gargi Vachaknavi's achievement is twofold. She expanded the horizon of metaphysical thoughts and she shattered the barriers of gender in intellectual discourse. In 2026, her legacy inspires us to keep questioning, to embrace the diversity of thought, and to recognize that the pursuit of truth is the greatest achievement of all. Gagi Vachaknavi's voice, rising from the sacred assemblies of Upanishads, continue to echo across the centuries as the beacon of fearless inquiry. Her achievement was not only in questioning Yajnavalkya, but infinite, and in proving that is definitely infinite in proving the wisdom, and wisdom has no boundaries, and her achievement also actually declaring that gender or tradition, there you can actually it's not confined to gender and tradition. So in 2026, her legacy stands as a mirror to our own age, an era where women lead in science, technology, philosophy, carrying forward the same spirit of audacity that Gagi embodied. She reminds us that the true empire is not built on conquest of or power, but on the courage to ask, to challenge, and to seek the eternal truth. Gagi's triumph lies in her refusal to be silent, her insistence that the infinite must be questioned, her gift of showing humanity that the pursuit of knowledge is itself is the highest drama. So her voice endures and urges us to keep questioning, keep seeking, and keep breaking boundaries, because the unconquerable achievement is not in answers but in the eternal quest itself. So we have come to the end of this video. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one.
Sun is not silent. It speaks in the burst of invisible thunder. For centuries, we have seen its flare and storm, but Parker Solar Probe has now tuned our ears to a deeper frequency. Hidden within the blazing corona, magnetic switchbacks snaps like a cosmic whisper, unleashing radio waves that ripple across the solar system. And these bursts are more than a whisper of plasma. They are sun's coded signals carrying secrets of its magnetic heart and warning of storm yet to come. In this revelation, Parker has transformed our star from blazing sphere into a storyteller. Its switchbacks composing a hidden symphony of light and sound. Let's find out more about this. The sun, our nearest star, has always been a restless giant. Its surface boiling with plasma, its atmosphere alive with storms. For centuries, astronauts have watched solar flares and coronal mass ejection ripple outward, sometimes striking Earth with a magnetic tempest. Yet beneath its familiar drama lies subtle mysteries, whisper of radio waves, flickers of magnet turbulence, and that only the most daring spacecraft can unveil. The Parker Solar Probe, humanity's closest emissary to the sun, has now peeled back another layer of its enigma, revealing hidden magnetic switchbacks that gives rise to solar radio bursts. So, radio bursts are sudden and outpouring of electromagnetic energies and streaming across space like invisible thunderclap. They are often triggered when the charged particle accelerate along the magnetic field lines, releasing energy in the form of radio waves. For decades, scientists knew these bursts existed, but their precise origin remained elusive. Were they born in the corona tangled loop? Did they emerge from the shock wave racing through the solar wind? But now Parker Solar Probe diving deep and close to the sun's surface has provided the most intimate clues yet. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine reach of our channel. So going forward, As the probe skimmed through the solar atmosphere, its instruments detected abrupt revelation, abrupt uprising the magnetic field. Switchbacks like a king in the garden hose. These switchbacks are not gentle bend, but actually sharp zigzags, flipping the direction of the magnetic field from a brief for a brief moment before snapping back. Each switchback carries plasma along with it, accelerating particles and steering the turbulence. The new data suggests that these magnetic switchbacks are fertile ground for radio burst, miniature accelerator that hurl electrons into spiral, producing the radio signal that astronomers detect across the solar system. So these insight reshapes our understanding and space weather. Now, going forward, the discovery is definitely profound. Its link with the two previously disconnected phenomena. On one hand, switchbacks were known as the oddities in the solar wind, puzzling features that hint at the chaotic dynamics near the sun. And on the other hand, radio bursts were catalogued as a distinct emissions useful for diagnosing the solar storm, but poorly understood in origin. The Parker finding weave them together, and the switchbacks are now not mere curiosities but engine of radio emission, shaping the very soundtrack of sun's activity. So radio bursts are not just academic curiosity, as we have already mentioned. They are interface or with the communication, navigation system, even the spacecraft operations. By tracing them back to the magnetic switchbacks, scientists gain predictive power. If switchbacks can be mapped and modeled, then the radio burst and the storm they create can be anticipated with a greater accuracy. So, in essence, Parker has given us a new diagnostic tool, a way to listen to the sun's magnetic heartbeat and foresee its disruptive pulse. The implication extend beyond Earth. Radio bursts ripple through the heliosphere and the vast bubble of solar influence that envelops the planet. They may play a role for accelerating cosmic rays, shaping a planetary magneto atmosphere, and even the influencing the chemistry of atmosphere. So for Mars, with its magnetic shield, such burst could be particularly consequential and steering its upper atmosphere and affecting its future. Human explorer, and that is a good info data for the human explorer and the astronauts. For distinct spacecraft, understanding radio burst is vital for shielding electronics and maintaining communication link. And this is also a poetic dimension to its discovery. The sun, often imagined as a blazing sphere of light, now reveals itself as a symphony of invisible signals. Its magnetic field twists and snaps like violin strings, producing radio notes that echo across the space. So Parker's solar probe, actually braving the furnace of Corona, has become our ear pressing against the star, catching whispers that were once lost in the cosmic din. Each switchback is a stanza, each burst is a refrain, and composing a hidden music of the sun. So looking ahead, scientists will combine Parker's data with observation from other missions such as Solar Orbiter to build a full picture. Together, these spacecraft will actually triangulate the origin of burst and map the geometry of the switchbacks and refine model of solar wind. So the ultimate goal is not to understand the sun, but to live safely within its influence. As humanity ventures deeper into space, towards the moon, Mars, and beyond, predicting a solar radio burst will be essential as a forecasting storms on the Earth. So, in a grand narrative of exploration, Parker's discovery is reminder that even the familiar star hold secrets. The sun, which has actually shining upon the earth for billions of years, is still teaching us how its magnetic heart beats. And hidden switchbacks, once invisible, now stands revealed as an architect of radio storm. And with each revelation, we drew closer to mastering the cosmic weather that shapes our destiny among the stars. So in the end, Parker's solar probe has shown us that the sun is not just a blazing sphere of light, but a restless storyteller weaving its tale through the magnetic switchbacks and radio burst. Each hidden kink in this field is a spark of revelation. Each burst a message carried across the solar system. By decoding these signals, we are not only learning to predict the storm that shapes our cosmic environment, but also hearing for the first time the sun's secret voice. The discovery reminds us that even the most familiar star still holds mysteries of waiting to be unveiled, and with every orbit, the Parker brings us closer to understanding the rhythm of our star's eternal symphony. So, for today, we have come to the end. Magnetic strings and cosmic echoes. That's what is very amazing and very kind of good to really know more about it. So thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel. See you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the dawn of civilization, when society sought order amid the chaos of human desire and duty, a sage named Manu stepped forward to weave the law into life. His vision was not confined to ritual or governance alone. It reached into the intimate bond between men and women, shaping the very foundation of family and societies. Manu's world became more than a rule. They were a mirror of cosmic balance, binding love, duty, and hierarchy into the framework that endured for centuries. Like Hammurabi in Babylon or Confucius in China, Manu's legacy reminds us that across culture, sages and lawgivers sought to tame the most powerful force of all, that is relationship between men and women. And in doing so, they etched the blueprint of civilization itself. So let's find out more about this. In the tapestry of ancient Indian thought, few figures loom as prominently as Manu, the legendary lawgiver whose name is inseparably tied to the Manusmriti, a text that sought to codify the rhythm of human life. Manu was not merely a sage, he was envisioned as the archetypal legislator, the one who translated cosmic order into social norms. His laws, particularly those governing the relationship between men and women, revealed both the aspiration and the anxieties of civilization, striving to balance duty, morality, and hierarchy. So the Manusmriti present marriage not as a private contract, but as a sacred institution woven into the fabric of dharma, which is righteousness. Manu's vision of gender relationship was deeply rooted in the idea of complement the men and women, and the men and women were seen as two halves of cosmic order, cosmic as a whole, each with a distinct role that together sustained society. The woman was reserved as the bearer of lineage, a guardian of household sanctity, and the embodiment of nurturing power. The man, in return, was tasked with the protection, provision, and pursuit of spiritual and worldly duties. In this framework, the harmony was achieved not through the equality in the modern sense, but through the balance which fulfilling a role that maintained cosmic and social order. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward on this topic, yet the Manu's law also reflect the patriarchal structure of his time. Through Manu actually elevated the feminine principle in symbolic way. He declared that where the women are honored, the god rejoice, and where they are dishonored, all right loses their efficacy. And sometimes this kind of few restrictions that actually become paradox when we talk about the modern times, and it also maybe and actually resulted in the paradox of ancient gender norms. So the influence of Manu's vision extended far beyond domestic life by codifying rules of marriage, inheritance, and the conduct. He shaped the very architecture of society. His laws became a reference point for centuries, debated and adopted and sometimes restricted, but never ignored. So they provided a framework for order in the world where the oral tradition and the ritual practice needed the anchor to written codes or a written duty mentioning. So parallel to Manu, can be found across the civilization. In the West, figures like Hammurabi of Babylon emerged as counterpart. Hammurabi's famous code inscribed on stone also sought to regulate family life, property, and justice, embodying the patriarchal norms within the broader vision of social stability. In the ancient Rome, the 12 table performed the similar function, defining the rights and duties of men and women within the civil order. In China, Confucian's teaching, though not codified in the same way, established the enduring principle of family hierarchy and gender role, and emphasizing the kind of all the duties, and at the same time it also mentioned the subordination of women within the household. So like of these lawgivers or traditions, when we talk about these distinct codings, like Manu, they also sought to anchor the society in a vision of order that linked cosmic or moral principle with everyday relationship. But what makes Manu distinctive is the spiritual dimension he infused into law. For him, the regulation of men and women relationship was not merely a pragmatic, but a sacred, a reflection of dharma itself. So marriage was a right, not a contract. The household was a microcosm of the universe, and the woman as its center was both revered and bound by duty. This intertwined of the law, ritual, and cosmology gave Manu's vision a depth that continues to provoke reflection. So in the modern age, Manu's legacy is contested, sometimes criticized, but critics highlight the restrictive aspect of his law, especially regarding women's autonomy, while others emphasize the symbolic reverence and the attempt to harmonize the social life with cosmic principle. His parallel Hammurabi, Confucius, and Roman jurist reminded us that every civilization has grappled with the same challenge: how to regulate human relationship in a way that preserve the order, morality, and continuity. The answer differs, but the impulse is universal. Ultimately, Manu stands as both a product of his time, a figure of enduring influence, and his law revealed the ancient Indian attempt to weave the gender relation into a larger fabric of dharma, that is, righteousness, balancing reverence with restriction and symbolism with social control. In his vision, the relationship between men and women was not merely personal but civilizational, a cornerstone upon which the base of the society rested. And in this vision, we glimpse the perennial human quest to align the intimate bond of a family with the vast order of cosmos. So, Manu's vision of men and women was not merely about domestic order. It was about aligning human bonds with cosmic laws. His words inscribed in the Manusmriti actually became both revered and contested, shaping the centuries of thought on duty, family, and society. Like Hammurabi's stone tablet or Confucius' teaching, Manu's legacy reminds us that every civilization sought to anchor relationship in principle larger than themselves. His laws may reflect the paradox of their ages, but reverence entwined with restriction, but at the same time they endure as a testament to humanity's a timeless quest for harmony between love, duty, and greater order of the world. So, we have come to the end of this discussion. Please mention or write your comments on this topic. Also, please like and subscribe our channel. Look forward for your comments and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskaram. I hope you know a guy called Steve Fossett. Steve Fossett, a master of endurance and risk, became the first person to fly solo around the world in a balloon. In this video, we dive deep into the Spirit of Freedom mission, a grueling 14 days journey across 20,000 miles that redefined the limits of human achievement and aviation technology. Beyond the record-breaking stats, we analyze the incredible grit, metallurgical strategy, and unwavering focus required to navigate the globe alone, from the freezing height of the stratosphere to the strategic decisions that kept him alive. This is a story of how Steve Fossett conquered the wind and solidified his place in history. Let's go. History is often defined by those who refuse to accept the word impossible. We talk about the great explorer Magellan, Amundsen, Armstrong, but there is a unique category for those who tackle the elements completely alone. In 2002, one man looked at the globe and decided he didn't needed a jet or a rocket or even a co-pilot. He just needed the wind. Today, we are analyzing one of the most audacious feats of human endurance and the strategic navigation in the 21st century. Steve Fossett's record breaking solo non stop circumnavigation in the Spirit of Freedom. Welcome to this deep dive. But before that, friends, please let us know from which city you have tuned in so that we know exactly who's watching us and who's not. All right, let's proceed further. To understand the weight of 2002, you have to understand the stakes. Before the Steve Fossett, people had tried, many had died. It was the last great record in aviation. Fawcett wasn't just an adventurer, he was a master of logistics and risk management. He viewed the stratosphere not as an enemy but as a system to be leveraged. He had attempted this journey 5 times before. Think about that. 5 failures, 5 near death experiences, and yet he continued to iterate. This is the critical lesson for any leader. Failure is not the end of the strategy. It is the data you need to perfect your next launch. In 2002, in Nottingham, Western Australia, the Spirit of Freedom, a massive 140-foot tall balloon, began its ascent. The goal? To fly around the world solo, non-stop, in under 20 days. The capsule was size of a walk-in closet, roughly 7 feet by 5 feet. For 14 days, this would be his entire universe. Technologically, the Spirit of Freedom was a marvel of the time. It utilized a Rosier design, combining helium for a constant lift and hot air for vertical control. But the real strategy was in the navigation. Fawcett had to stay within a specific jet stream. If he dipped into lower altitude, he hit turbulence. Too high, he risked extreme cold and oxygen deprivation. He didn't have the modern AI navigator, but he had a team of metallurgists feeding him data, and he had to process it with absolute calm. This is the definition of the equanimity under pressure, a concept we talk about frequently here on the channel also. Whether you are a leading corporation or a piloting a balloon over the Southern Ocean, the ability to process the data, discard the noise, and execute the core task is what separates the masters from the amateurs. For 2 weeks, the world watched, but inside the capsule, absolute silence. The physical toll was immense. He slept in 45 minutes intervals. He dealt with mechanical failures, burner malfunctions, and constant crushing psychological reality of being miles above the earth, absolutely alone. One of the most dangerous moments occurred over the Southern Ocean where the temperature plummeted, threatening the integrity of the balloon fabric. A normal person would panic. A strategist looked for the lever. Fawcett had to manipulate his altitude constantly to catch the right current, essentially surfing the atmosphere. When you study his flight, you see a man who was entirely in sync with his environment. He wasn't fighting the wind, he was negotiating with it. This is the profound leadership lesson. True success doesn't come from the brute forcing your way through a crisis. It comes from understanding the forces at play and positioning yourself where the current naturally carries you towards your objective. On July 3rd, 2002, after 14 days, 19 hours and 50 minutes, Steve Fawcett touched down in Queensland, Australia. He had done it. He was the first person to circumnavigate the globe solo in a balloon. He didn't just set a record, he closed a chapter in human exploration. He proved that with the right combination of preparation, iterative learning, and mental discipline, the impossible becomes merely the next milestone. So, why does this matter to us today? Why are we discussing a 2002 balloon flight on a channel focused on AI education and executive strategy? Because the landscape of business is changing just as rapidly as weather system uh, faucet had to navigate. Whether it's a shift towards AI, the changing global economic order, or the demand for real time education, we are all in our own spirit of freedom capsule. We are all dealing with high stake environments where one wrong decision or one moment of lost focus can send us off course. Steve Fawcett showed us that preparation is the foundation of the courage. So, friends, thank you for joining me on this historic strategic deep dive. If you enjoyed this breakdown, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Join us on the next on Akulmak History as we continue to explore the intersection of past, present, and future. I am CK, and I will see you again very soon in the next one. Hello, friends, and namaskaram. Let me ask you, have you ever felt like the pressure of a constant market disruption is holding your leadership back? This is a very difficult question to answer. Therefore, in this video, we decode one of the most powerful insight from Bhagavad Gita, which is meant for the modern C-suite like a masterclass. So, without further ado, let's go and discuss this further. Friends, we live in a world that is obsessed with stability. We build houses, we sign contracts, we seek permanent jobs, and we nurture long-term relationships, all in one attempt to build a fortress of certainty. We want to know that tomorrow will look exactly like today. But if you look at your life, really look at it, you know that it is an illusion. Think about a person you were 10 years ago. Your cells were rearranged, regenerated, your perspectives have shifted, your losses have mounted, and your joys have evolved or even probably disappeared the way you want to know it. You are not the same person yet. We all cling to the idea of static self. Today, we are going to explore one of the most profound yet unsettling truths ever spoken in human history. It comes from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, verse 27. It is a verse that cut through the noise of our anxiety and offer a radical invitation to stop fighting the current of life and start swimming with it. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. In the middle of the battlefield, Prince Arjun is paralyzed by grief. He sees his teachers, his cousins, his friends on the other side, and he realizes that death is inevitable. He refuses to fight because he is terrified by the change that death will bring. Bhagwan Krishna, his guide, doesn't give him a comforting lie, right? He doesn't say, don't worry, everything will stay the same. Instead, he says something startling. Let's look at the verse itself, which is verse number 27 in chapter 2. And the quote starts, "For that which is born, death is certain, and for the dead, rebirth is certain. Therefore, you should not grieve over the inevitable." And the quote close. Such powerful words, if you try to imagine. Now, on the surface, this sounds like a bleak outcome. It sounds fatalistic. But look deeper. Krishna is teaching the law of impermanence. He is saying that universe is a cycle of manifestation and dissolutions. Nothing that exists in the physical realm, not your body, not your possessions, not your status, can stay in one form forever. To exist is to change. To change is to transform. And to transform, you must let go of the previous version of yourself. Why does this verse makes us uncomfortable? Because of the gap between what is and what we want to be. We suffer when we treat our lives like a movie we want to pause. We reach a moment of success or a moment of peace and we think, stay right here, don't move. When that moment inevitably slips away because it has to, definitely we feel betrayed. We treat changes as thieves. We say, my youth was stolen, or my opportunity was taken, or my loved ones were removed. But verse 27 suggests a paradigm shift. What if the change isn't a thief? What if the change is simply the mechanism of growth? Imagine a river. If the water stops moving, it becomes stagnant pool. It loses its ability to give life. It becomes a breeding ground for decay. The river is only a river because it's constantly moving, constantly flowing, constantly changing. You too are like a river. When you resist the flow of your own life, you create the very misery that you're trying to avoid. So how do we apply this in modern world? How do we live by the wisdom of this particular verse? It starts by realizing that you don't have to wait for physical death to experience this cycle. Your experience, you experience like little death every single day, isn't it? So every time you change your mind, a piece of your old self dies. Every time you leave a job, a role you played dies. Every time a relationship ends or evolves, your identity dies. Most of us spend our energy trying to resurrect these dead versions of ourselves. We hold on to resentment. We hold on to past titles. We hold on to why or who we used to be. We become ghosts in our own lives, haunting our current experiences with the memory of what used to be. Bhagwan Krishna's lesson is let it be. When you accept that death or the ending of the phase is certain, you stop being afraid of it. Instead of bracing for impact, you learn to surf. You realize that because everything is temporary, your current struggle is also temporary. The pain you are feeling right now, it is a transition. A stress you are under, it is a precursor to a new state. There is a strange, quiet power in accepting this. When you stop fighting the inevitable, you stop being a slave of your own circumstances. If you know the sun must set, you don't cry when the sky turns dark. You prepare for the stars. You appreciate the beauty of the twilight. This is a freedom of the soul. The Gita isn't telling us to be cold or unfeeling. It is telling us to be centered. It is telling us that your true essence, the I that is witnessing this video right now, is not the thing that is changing. You are the screen upon which the movie of your life is being played. The character on the screen move, they dance, they leave, they die, but the screen remains unchanged. When you identify with the screen and not just the character, changes becomes an adventure rather than a catastrophe. So my invitation to you today is, look at one thing in your life that you are currently resisting. Maybe it is a change in your career, a relationship that has shifted, or simply the fact that you are getting older. Take a deep breath, say to yourself, this is a cycle of life. It is the nature of the universe. Don't fight the current, embrace the flow. Understand that by letting go of what is moving out of your life, you are clearing the space for what is trying to come in. Change is not your enemy. Change is only constant. And in that there is a profound, unshakable peace. So friends, thanks for listening. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. And friends, I will catch you again very soon in the next one. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आप सभी का स्वागत है। और आज सोमवार है, 29 जून है। तो आपको सबको पता है कि जो सोमवार का जो दिन होता है वो भगवान शंकर के लिए समर्पित होता है। तो आज के दिन हम उनकी पूजा, उनकी स्तुति कर सकते हैं। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे भगवान शिव की आराधना करके। और हर रोज की तरह हम इस एक मंत्र का उच्चारण करेंगे। आप भी मेरे साथ जुड़ें और इस मंत्र का उच्चारण करें। 11 दफा करेंगे। ये मैं काउंटर यूज करता हूँ, आप देखिए। आप जैसे मर्जी करना चाहें कर सकते हैं, आप माला का इस्तेमाल करें, लेकिन याद रहे 11 दफा करना है। और तो चलिए हम भगवान का नमन करते हैं, हाथ जोड़ के उनका ध्यान करते हैं। और अब हम अपना मंत्र चालू करते हैं। ये महामृत्युंजय का मंत्र होगा। दोस्तों चलिए आंखें बंद कर लीजिए और अपना जाप शुरू कर दीजिए। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्योजातं प्रपागामि भगवन्तं मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्योजातं प्रपागामि भगवन्तं मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्योजातं प्रपागामि भगवन्तं मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्योजातं प्रपागामि भगवन्तं मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्योजातं प्रपागामि भगवन्तं मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्योजातं प्रपागामि भगवन्तं मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्यो मोक्षीय महामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवंत मृत्युम जय शिवम अभयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकम मजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वाकरूपमेव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीय महामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवंत मृत्युम जय शिवम अभयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकम मजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वाकरूपमेव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीय महामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवंत मृत्युम जय शिवम अभयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकम मजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वाकरूपमेव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीय महामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवंत मृत्युम जय शिवम अभयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकम मजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वाकरूपमेव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीय महामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवंत मृत्युम जय शिवम अभयामि। तो हमारी पूजा आज 29 जून की सोमवार की समाप्त होती है। तो अब हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे। आपका दिन भी मंगलमय रहे और लाभ की तरह बढ़े, इस कामना के साथ मैं आपसे अब अनुमति चाहता हूँ। मिलता हूँ अगले ही वीडियो में जल्द ही। Well, $60 billion, that's more than the entire valuation of many Fortune 500 companies, right? It's twice what NASA gets in a year, and it is the price tag of a single option. Elon Musk just secured, for SpaceX. Yesterday, the world of aerospace and AI collided. SpaceX officially announced a strategic partnership with Cursor, the AI coding startup that has taken the developer world by storm. But this isn't just a partnership. SpaceX now holds the exclusive right to buy Cursor for $60 billion by the end of 2026. Why would a rocket company, one that just merged with XAI and is targeting a 1.75 trillion IPO, drop that kind of cash on a code editor? Is it just about helping engineers write faster apps, or is this the missing link that finally makes a city on Mars a reality? Today we are deconstructing the SpaceX Cursor deal, the colossal supercomputer, and why the road to the red planet is now paved with billions of lines of AI generated code. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed with our analysis. If you aren't a developer, you might not realize how big Cursor has become. It's a fork of the VS Code, but it has been rebuilt from the ground up with AI at its core. It pioneered what enthusiasts call the vibe coding, the ability to describe a complex feature in plain English and watch the AI architect the entire file structure, logic, and test in seconds. And therefore, we need to consider this statistics. ARR, over 2 billion today, projected to hit 6 billion by year end. And what is the reach? Used by over 50% of the Fortune 500 company. And what is the most important thing? It is not just a chatbot. It is a tool that understands your entire code base. SpaceX isn't just buying a tool. They are buying the distribution channel to the world's best engineers. But there is a catch. SpaceX has two choices: pay 10 billion for a joint development partnership, or pay $60 billion for the whole thing. It's a try before you buy deal at a galactical scale. To understand why this matters, we have to look at the hardware. Back in the February 2026, SpaceX merged with XAI. In that merger, SpaceX inherited Colossus, the world's most powerful AI training cluster running on roughly 1 million NVIDIA H100 equivalents. Before this deal, Cursor was a bottlenecked by the computer, by the computing power. They were using model from OpenAI and Anthropic, but now Cursor is moving into the SpaceX family. They get direct access to Colossus. Imagine taking the world's most intuitive coding interface and plug-in it to the world's largest supercomputer. We are talking about training a personal super intelligent specifically for engineering. This isn't about building another Grok for Twitter. It's about building an AI that can design a Raptor engine, simulate orbital mechanics, and debug the flight software of a starship in real time. Elon Musk has often said that the hardest part of Starship isn't that rocket, it is the machine that built the machine. To put a million people on Mars by 2050, you need thousands of starships. You need autonomous propellant plants on Martian surface. You need life support system that never fails. The software complexity required to manage a multi-planetary logistics chain is mind-boggling. Currently, writing that software takes thousands of human engineers and millions of man-hours. But with Cursor integrated into SpaceX stacks, accelerated prototyping will be a reality. AI can generate ground control software for the 2028 lunar mission in a fraction of time. It can also achieve autonomous debugging. On a 6-month journey to Mars, you can't wait for a patch from Earth. The ship's AI need to find a fix on its own and also debug the whole software. Next, it is going to create a stairway to Mars. This acquisition suggests that SpaceX is pivoting from being a launch provider to vertical tech stack. Their own internet, which is Starlink, their own AI, which is XAI. Now it could be Cursor also, and the transport, which is the Starship. Let's talk about money. This deal comes just as SpaceX prepare for its rumored 2026 IPO. Analysts are targeting a listing valuation of 1.75 trillion. By securing Cursor, SpaceX is signaling to Wall Street that they aren't just a transportation company, they are deep tech, combination of various companies. If they can prove that their AI integrated engineering can cut the cost of reaching Mars by 90%, a 60 billion acquisition start to look like a bargain. However, not everyone is convinced. Critics point to the Anthropic shock earlier this year that wiped billions of IT giants. They ask if this a visionary move or is it another overvaluation in a red hot AI market. Whether SpaceX Cursor buys the Cursor for $60 billion or stay in a $10 billion partnership, one thing is clear. The future of space exploration is no longer just about fuel and physics. It's about intelligence. If Starship is the body that takes us to stars, the AI acquisition is the brain. We are watching the birth of the company that controls the physical and the digital infrastructure of the next century. So friends, what do you think? Is $60 billion fair price for the key to the red planet, or is the AI bubble reaching escape velocity? Let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into technology shaping our future. I'm CK and I will see you again in the next one. Before I go, I like to say a few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends. All of us sometimes get this feeling that our technical expertise or our hustle hold us back from our true potential for the true leadership. Everybody gets this kind of a feeling. Therefore, we dive deep into the most powerful leadership secrets from Bhagavad Gita. In a verse where Lord Krishna, Bhagwan Krishna tells Arjun, "O Arjun, be a yogi." But what does this mean for a modern CEO or an entrepreneur to be a yogi? Today, we are going to break down why the yogi, the leader with disciplined equanimity, consistently outperform the three most common type of executive. Let's go.
Long before forests rustled with the leaves and vertebrates carved their path across the continent, the earth was a silent stage of stone and shallow seas. Into this barren expanse creep the first arthropods, segmented, many legs being, and whose fossilized remain now tells a story of audacity and survival. Among them, the ancestor of centipedes became unlikely trailblazer, and their armored bodies and jointed limbs carried them from water's edge onto the unclaimed soil. So let's find out more. In the dim corridors of Earth's deep past, long before the forests shaded their continents or vertebrates roamed the land, the first arthropods began their tentative march from water to soil. Among them were the ancestors of centipedes, multi-segmented pioneers whose fossilized remains now whisper the story of one of the life's most daring conquests, the colonization of land. So the recent fossil discoveries exclusively preserved in ancient strata reveal that these creatures possessed adaptation for more mere survival. So hardened exoskeleton and shielded them from the desiccation. Jointed legs gave them mobility across uneven terrain, and the primitive respiratory system allowed them to draw oxygen from the thin atmosphere. So these were not just insect in waiting. They were the architects of ecological possibilities. By burrowing into soil and feeding on detritus, they began to shape terrestrial ecosystem, laying the groundwork for the complex food webs that would one day sustain forests, mammals, and ultimately humans. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, moving forward, the conquest of land by arthropods were more than a biological milestone. It was planetary transformation. With their arrival, the barren continents became animated landscape, and nutrients cycle accelerated, and organic matter decomposed more efficiently, and the soil itself became fertile. So, in essence, these early centipedes ancestors were the engineer of habitability, turning rock into earth. And if we think about 2026 and beyond, the resonance of their journey is striking. Humanity now stands at its own frontier of planetary conquest, the dream of colonizing Mars and beyond. So, just as arthropods once solved the puzzle of breathing air and resisting dryness, we grapple with the challenges of sustaining life in alien environment. The fossils remind us that the adaptation is not a single leap but a series of ingenious solutions, and each one opening doors for future generations. Moreover, the study of these ancient pioneers inform us the modern science in an unexpected way. Their physiology offers clues about resilience of environmental stress and inspiring biometrics design in robotics or material science. In their ecological role underscores the importance of small, often overlooked organism into stabilizing ecosystem, a lesson critical as we confront or we are on the verge of biodiversity loss and climate change. In 2026, when discussions of planetary stewardship and dominance global forum, the centipede's ancestors became unlikely teachers. Remind us that survival hinges on cooperation with the environment, not the domination of it. So, looking beyond, the implication stretch into a philosophy. The fossil challenges our anthropopodic narration into showing that the true trailblazer of terrestrial life were not mighty dinosaurs or towering trees, but a humble, many-legged arthropods. And their march onto land was a quiet revolution, one that redefines Earth destiny. In the same way, our own steps into space may not be marked by grand gestures, but by small incremental innovation, and each as vital as the centipede's first breath of air. So thus the story of ancient centipede's ancestor is not confined to dusty rocks in a museum. It is a living parable for our age, a reminder that the conquest of new worlds begin with the fragile experiments. That the resilience is born of adaptation, and that the smallest creature can leave the largest footprint on the history. As we move through 2026 and beyond, their legacy urges us to trend thoughtfully, to innovate boldly, and to recognize that every frontier, whether soil or star, and demands humility as much as ambition. So, the march of those many legged pioneers was not just a step into the soil, it was the first rehearsal of resilience. The earliest proof that life could reinvent itself to meet new frontiers. And in their quiet conquest, they transformed a barren stone into a fertile earth. And in doing so, they wrote the opening chapter of terrestrial history. As we stand in 2026, poised at our own threshold of planetary exploration, their legacy echoes across the time. Survival is born of adaptation. Progress is carved by persistence, and the smallest step can alter the destinies of the world. So the centipede's ancestors reminds us that every frontier, whether soil beneath our feet or the star above our head, demands humility and ingenuity and definitely a great amount of courage. So we have come to the end of this subject. I will look forward for your comments on this subject. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskar. In this video, we break down India's strategic response to the latest US tariff proposal under the Section 301 investigation. As the US proposed additional 12.5% duties on select import items, India's Commerce Ministry has reaffirmed its commitment to the ongoing bilateral trade framework. In this video, we analyze what this means for the India-US trade relationship, the status of the February 2026 interim agreement, and how New Delhi is navigating this latest trade issue or problem. Let's go and discuss this further. Today, we are looking at the pivotal moment in India-US economic partnership. As early of June 2026, news cycles are buzzing with reports of the US Trade Representative USTR proposing additional tariff under Section 301 of the US Trade Act. It's easy to get lost in the noise, but here is the headline. India is standing its ground while remaining committed to the constructive path forward. These proposed tariffs, which include 12.5% surcharge and currently in the proposal phase, they are not yet final. As we navigate these headlines, it is essential to understand that this is a part of a broader ongoing diplomatic process, not an abrupt end to our cooperation. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand why we are here, we have to look at the process. The USTR recently concluded investigations into 60 different economies, including India, regarding forced labor, industrial capacity issue, and therefore there are other issues also. Crucially, exports note that this is a broad global measure rather than a specific attack on India. The US is applying this to partners and competitors alike, from EU to South Korea. However, India's position is very clear. We must challenge this legal and technical on the basis of technical issues, and we have to understand what are these bases of this tariff when they don't align with the reality. Our Commerce Ministry is actively engaged, ensuring that our stakeholders have seat at the table. During upcoming public hearing on July 7th, 2026. Well, some might ask, don't we just sign a massive trade deal? And the answer is yes. In February 2026, we reached a landmark framework that slashed effective tariff from staggering 50% down to 18%. That deal was a win-win for both sides. It stabilizes the rupee, boosted our export in textile and pharma, and cemented India's role as a key US ally. Ambassador Sergio Gore recently noted that we are 99% there on finalizing the technical details of our broader bilateral trade agreement. The remaining 1% is about legal phrasing and implementation. India is not letting temporary tariff friction derail the progress. We are treating the trade agreement negotiations and this Section 301 proceedings are two distinct tracks. And therefore, let's discuss the next aspect, which is protecting our interest. The Make in India vision, which is India is currently world fastest growing major economy, and we are not taking these headwinds lightly. We are prioritizing our strategic autonomy, whether it is protecting our labor intensive sectors like leather and apparel or advocating for fair market access. Our negotiators are holding the line. This is about more than just numbers. It's about Make in India initiative. We are building a manufacturing environment that is stable, predictable, and attractive to global supply chain. While we remain a primary US ally and the counterweight in the Indo-Pacific, our foreign policy remains grounded in protecting our own economic sovereignty. So, what is the takeaway here? First, don't panic over headlines. The process is underway and there is a clear path for consultation and legal changes or even challenges, whatever you want to call it. Second, the relationship is strong with investment commitment from US companies exceeding 60 billion in recent months. The big picture remains one of the deep integration and the mutual growth. And India and US are two great democracies navigating complex global economy. We will continue to talk, we will continue to negotiate, and we will continue to stand our ground. So if you have any questions, friends, please do let me know in the comment section below. Thanks for listening, thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Taram, you're most welcome. What if failing the world's toughest exam was actually your ticket to the global AI revolution? Thousands of UPSC aspirants are trading bureaucracy for the Global Capability Center, proving that the administrative rigor is the ultimate corporate asset. Discover how the IES mindset is now driving the world's most advanced digital transformation. Let's go and explore this further. For decades, the dream job in India felt set in stone. For millions of the brightest mind in the country, the pinnacle of success was just one thing: the civil services. The allure of IAS, the stability of the social status, the feeling of serving the nation. It was the undisputed gold standard of a career. But if you look at the landscape in 2026, something fundamentally has shifted. We are seeing a massive migration of talent, high achievers, analytical thinkers, and ambitious graduates who are trading the traditional path of something entirely different. They are moving into the heart of India's corporate revolution, Global Capability Center, or in short, also known as GCCs. We aren't talking about the back offices of the early 2000s anymore. We are talking about the nerve center of the global AI revolution. Today we are asking, is this the dream job finally shifting? And if so, why are India's GCC the new destination for the country's top tier talent? First, let's clear the air. If your image of GCC is a call center or a basic IT support, you're looking at a decade-old map. In 2026, India hosts over 1,800 global capability centers, employing more than 1.5 million professionals and generating upwards of $64 billion in annual revenue. These aren't just supporting units, they are innovation powerhouses. The evolution has been stark. We moved from phase one, which is cost optimization and basic support, to phase two, which focused on shared services. Today, we are in phase three, center of excellence, that owns end to end product engineering, AI development, and global strategy. The global giants aren't coming to India just because it's cheaper anymore. They are coming for the capability density. They are coming because the talent here is building the AI models, managing the cloud architecture, and securing the cybersecurity framework that run global businesses. This is where the story gets really interesting. Why are people who spent years preparing for the world's toughest exam like UPSC now finding natural home in these centers? It's about the IES mindset. When you prepare for the civil services, you aren't just memorizing facts, you are training your brain to systemic thinking, policy research, risk management, and ability to process massive amount of information to make decisions under pressure. Guess what? That is exactly what a high level GCC role demands. Modern GCCs operate in complex global environment. They need people who can, number one, analyze regulatory landscape. Just look at the public policy. Businesses now have to navigate global data privacy and AI regulation. Number two, think systematically. They need to understand how one tech change impact the entire global supply chain. Number three is manage large scale stakeholders. Managing the enterprise grade AI transformation is not unlike managing a district. It requires coordination, leadership, and a vision. For the aspirant who realize that they want to impact the world, but perhaps want to do it through technology, speed, and tangible product innovation, the GCC has become the new civil service. It offers the same scale of impact, but with a tool of the future. So, friends, let's talk about the AI elephant in the room. There is a lot of talk about AI replacing jobs, but look at what is happening now inside India's GCCs. India's current houses over 125,000 AI and machine learning professionals within GCCs. These centers aren't just using AI; they are the engines building it. And the chief economic advisor, Dr. V. Anant Nageswaran, recently noted that while routine work is at risk, AI is actually a massive opportunity for India's GCCs. It's creating massive demand for people who can design, deploy, test, and govern these AI systems. As he put it, the government can build the runway, but industry must fly the planes. If you want to be at the control of that plane, the GCC is currently the most exciting cockpit in the country. It's where the global decision making is happening, not just execution. Now, I want to be fair. It isn't all sunshine. A recent report titled "The Great Plateau" highlighted that while the sector is growing, nearly 500 GCCs are struggling to reach their full potential. Why? Because some centers are still stuck in the old cost center mentality, unable to evolve into innovation hubs. This is a critical lesson for anyone looking to build a career here. Don't just pick one or any GCC. Look for ones that are owning mandates, the ones that are integrated into the core product strategy, and the ones that are investing in AI at an enterprise level. The dream only works if you are in a center that is truly transforming, not just maintaining. So is the dream job shifting? I think answer is resounding yes. The aspiration to solve big problem, to work at scale, and to be at the center of the global impact hasn't gone away. It has just moved from the files of the government office to the servers of the global innovation centers. For the UPSC aspirants, the tech enthusiasts, or the ambitious professionals, the GCC is no longer a backup career. It's the new frontier. So, friends, if you're looking for where the future is being built, it is happening right now here in India. Thanks for watching. Just in case if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across, and I will catch you soon in the next one.
In a world wired by energy, the true revolution isn't about roaring engines or the blazing rocket. It is a silent spark inside a battery. From a powering our phones to propelling electric dreams, the next generation of batteries promises not just a longer life, but a cleaner, smarter, and more sustainable future. The hum of the progress is quiet, but its impact will echo across the industries and civilization. So let's find out more about this. In the quiet laboratories of universities and research center, a revolution is unfolding. One that doesn't roar like a rocket launch or dazzles like a meteoroid shower, but instead hums softly in the background of our daily lives. It is the revolution of batteries, the hidden engines of modern civilization. From the phone in your pocket to the car in your driveway, from the solar panel on rooftop to the satellite orbiting Earth, batteries are the invisible lifeblood of our technological age. And now, new research suggests that the new wave of breakthrough could transform energy storage efficiently, sustainability, and the way that ripple across the society. For decades, lithium ion batteries have been the reigning champion. They powered that smartphone revolution, enabled electric vehicle, and made renewable energy more practical. Yet, their limitations are becoming increasingly clear. They degrade over time, rely on scarce materials like cobalt, and struggles to store the enough energy for the demand of a world racing towards the electrification. So, the urgency of the climate change and the global push for cleaner energy have turned batteries innovation into one of the most critical scientific frontier of 21st centuries. So, recent advances point to several promising directions, and the solid state batteries, for instance, replace the flammable liquid electrolyte with the solid materials and offering greater safety and higher energy and of course that energy with density. So imagine an electric car that charges in minutes and drives for 1,000 kilometers without refueling. Sounds good, na? So, the researchers are also exploring sodium ion batteries, which use abundant salt instead of lithium, and potentially decrematizing the excess of energy storage by reducing cost and reliance on geopolitical sensitivity in supply chains. So, meanwhile, the flow battery is a large system where the energy is stored in the liquid tank could revolutionize the grid storage, allowing renewable energies from wind and solar farms to capture and the release that steadily, and even when the sun sets or the wind dies down. So, efficiency is another frontier. Scientists are experimenting with nanomaterials that allow iron to move more freely, reducing energy loss and extending battery life. Other are designed like self-healing electrodes that repairs the microscopic cracks and prolonging the lifespan of the device. Sustainability, yes, very, very important. So that too is at the heart of this revolution. So, recycling technologies are being developed to recover valuable metals from the old batteries and recreating circular economies where the waste become raw material for the next generation of the storage. So the implications are definitely profound. A breakthrough in the battery technology doesn't just mean better gadgets. It actually reshape entire industries. Transportations could shift decisively towards electric mobility, slashing the emission from the cars and trucks and the planes. And the home could become self-sufficient power hubs and the storage of solar energy during the day and then releasing it at the night. So, developing the nations often constrained by the unreliable grid could and that could actually leapfrog into the decentralized energy system powered by affordable, durable batteries. Even the space exploration stands to benefit, with the spacecraft and the lunar base requiring the robust, lightweight storage solutions. So, yet the challenge remains. So, scaling laboratories' success into the mass production is the notoriously difficult, and the cost must be driven down, supply chain secured, and the safety ensured. So, the story of the battery breakthrough is not one of that single inventions, but a countless incremental steps. So each building on the last and each bringing us closer to the world where the energy is clean, abundant, and accessible. So in the end, batteries are more than just a storage device. They are enablers of possibilities. So they hold within them the promise of sustainable future where the human ingenuity aligns with the planetary needs. As researchers push the boundaries of chemistry and physics, they are not merely improving technology, they are rewriting the script of civilization's energy story. The hum of tomorrow, battery, and maybe quiet, but with their impact will be thunderous, and very, very profound. So we have come to the end of this video. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel and see you in the next one.
Hello, friends, and namaskar. We all know and think that the black holes are just born from dying stars. But, friends, think again. This new groundbreaking research from Cardiff University has revealed a startling truth. The universe's largest black holes are built, not born. While we used to think supermassive black holes grew primarily by consuming gas, this new study suggests they reach monster status through a violent process of repeated collisions within a dense star cluster. And therefore, in this video, we dive deep into the science of hierarchical merger, the cosmic assembly line where black holes smash into one and another, growing larger and more powerful with every hit. Let us go and discuss this further. Imagine a monster, not a ghost or a creature from a movie, but a real life titan so heavy it warps the very fabric of space and time. We call them supermassive black holes. For decades, we have asked one simple question: where do they come from? Most of us were taught the birth story. A massive star dies, collapses under its own gravity, and presto, a black hole is born. But there is a problem. Some black holes are so big that being born simply doesn't explain how they got there. New research from Cardiff University has flipped the script. They have discovered that the universe's true giants aren't just born big, they are actually built. Like a skyscraper or a massive machine, they are constructed through a violent, repetitive process of cosmic collisions. Today, we are breaking down the built, not born theory and how it's changing everything we thought we knew about dark hearts of these galaxies. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand the Cardiff discovery, we first have to look at the old way of thinking. The traditional model says the black hole grew by eating. Imagine a black hole sitting in the middle of a cloud of gas. It slowly siphons that gas in, grew bit by bit over billions of years, and this is called accretion. But here is the catch. The math doesn't always add up. We have found supermassive black holes in the very early universes as well. If they grew only by eating gas, they wouldn't have had enough time to reach their massive sizes. It's like finding a fully grown oak tree in a forest that's only a week old. It shouldn't be possible. This led scientists to realize there must be another way, a faster, more aggressive way to build a giant. This brings us to the Cardiff University study. Led by a researcher in the School of Physics and Astronomy, the team looked away from the isolated stars and towards the dense star clusters. Imagine a crowded city during rush hour. Now imagine everyone in that city is a black hole. These clusters are the construction sites of the universe. Because everything is packed so tightly together, the gravity starts playing a high stake game of bumper cars. Instead of a single black hole sitting quietly and eating gas, you have dozens, even hundreds of black holes swirling around each other. This is what we call a nuclear star cluster. It is the most extreme environment in a galaxy. It's the perfect factory for building a monster. The Cardiff team used massive computer simulations to track how these black hole interacts. They discovered a process called hierarchical merger. Think of it like a tournament bracket. Round 1. Two small black holes collide and merge into one medium-sized black hole. Round 2. That medium-sized black hole finds another medium one. They merge to become a large one. Round 3. The large one smashes into another even larger ones. So this isn't a birth, this is an assembly line. Every time they collide, they releases a massive ripple in space-time known as the gravitational waves. These ripples are like the sound of the construction work happening. The Cardiff study showed that the built method is incredibly efficient. It allows black hole to skip the slow process of eating gas and jumping straight to supermassive size or status by consuming their own kind. So, why should we care if the black hole is born or built? First, it solves the early universe mystery. If black holes can merge rapidly in these clusters, it explains how they got so big so fast shortly after the Big Bang. Secondly, it tells us where to look. If we want to find the next generation of black hole mergers, we need to point our telescopes like the James Webb or LIGO at these dense crowded star clusters. But there is a darker side to this as well. This build theory suggests that the most powerful objects in the universe are essentially serial mergers. They are made of remains of thousands of smaller stars and black holes that came before them. They are the ultimate scavengers. The universe isn't static place where things are simply born and stay that way. It's a dynamic, violent, and creative construction zone. And thanks to the team at Cardiff University, we now know that the giants lurking in the dark weren't just lucky enough to be born big. They fought their way and increased their size. They were built collision by collision in the most crowded corners of the space. So, next time when you look up at the night sky, remember the biggest things out there are often the one that has survived the most crashes. So, if you enjoyed this deep dive into the cosmic construction site, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe. And friends, what do you think is the built not born theory is a final piece of the puzzle? Let me know in the comments below. Stay curious and always, always stay glued to the news. And I will see you again in the next one. Before I take your leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends. All of us sometimes get this feeling that our technical expertise or our hustle hold us back from our true potential for the true leadership. Everybody gets this kind of a feeling. Therefore, we dive deep into the most powerful leadership secrets from Bhagavad Gita. In a verse where Lord Krishna, Bhagwan Krishna tells Arjun, "O Arjun, be a yogi." But what does this mean for a modern CEO or an entrepreneur to be a yogi? Today, we are going to break down why the yogi, the leader with disciplined equanimity, consistently outperform the three most common type of executive. Let's go. In the modern corporate world, we are taught that to win, you must be a specialist. You must be the smartest person in the room, the hardest worker in the office, or the most disciplined follower of the playbook. We obsess over KPIs, data points, and 80-hour work week. But have you ever noticed that even the most brilliant specialists eventually hit a ceiling? They burn out. They get blindsided by market shifts. They lose their team. Why? Because they are missing what ancient wisdom calls the unfair advantage. Over 7,000 years ago, on a battlefield far removed from the modern glass-walled boardrooms, a guide named Bhagwan Krishna gave a piece of advice to a leader in crisis. That advice is found in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 46, and it says, quote starts, "The yogi is superior to the ascetic. He is deemed superior even to the man of knowledge, and he is superior to the man of ritual action. Therefore, O Arjun, be a yogi." Today, we are going to translate this ancient code into a roadmap for the 21st century leadership. We are going to explore why a yogi beats a specialist every single time. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Moving on, what are the different kinds of most common executives? First is aesthetic, which in Sanskrit known as tapasvi. In Gita, tapasvi is someone who practices extreme self-denial. In the corporate world, this is the grind culture CEO. They are the first one in and last one out. They sacrifice sleep, family, health. They believe that if they just suffer more than the competition, they will win. But Krishna warns us sheer endurance without balance leads to a narrow vision. Number two is Gyani, which is the man of knowledge. This is the data driven specialist, the CEO with Ivy League pedigree and the analytics mind that can spot a trend in a spreadsheet from miles away. They have the facts, but they often lack wisdom. They are paralyzed by the data if the data is missing, and they often struggle to connect with the human element of their business. Number three is Kirby, the man of ritual action. This is a process driven executive. They live by SOPs. They believe that if the ritual of the business, which is the meeting, the reports, different kinds of pyramids, bell curve, if they are followed perfectly, success is guaranteed. But when the world changes, they are too rigid to pivot. Bhagwan Krishna says yogi is better than all three. Why? Because the yogi CEO is a leader who has mastered their inner environment. They don't just possess knowledge, they possess clarity. They don't just work hard, they work purposefully. They don't just follow process, they follow a vision. A yogi's unfair advantage is equanimity. Think about the last time your company faced a crisis. Did you react out of fear? Did you make desperate move based on a dip in the stock prices? A yogi CEO operates from the neutral center. They are not swayed by the high of massive profit or low of the market crash. While everyone else is reacting, the yogi is responding. This isn't about being passive, it's about being so internally grounded that your decision making becomes clinical, fast, and remarkably accurate. That is the definition of the competitive edge. There are several things we can actually discuss around this, but I want to be brief. And therefore, the first advice I want to give you is the cognitive flexibility. The specialist is a hammer, and to them, every problem looks like a nail. But a yogi isn't attached to one way of thinking because they aren't defined by their expertise. They can see the whole board, they can integrate the hard work of aesthetic and the data of Gyani and the process of Karmi without being enslaved by any of them. Second is the emotional intelligence. The yogi understand that a business is just a collection of human beings. By mastering their own minds, they naturally become master of empathy. They can read the room, they can inspire a team during a pivot because they aren't projecting their own anxiety onto other subordinates. Third, sustainable high performance. The ascetic CEO eventually burns out. The yogi CEO understands the rhythm of action and reset. They operate with sense of detachment and therefore detached engagement. They care deeply about results, but they aren't consumed by them. This detachment actually allows them to perform better because they aren't choked by the fear of failure. So, how do we become a yogi CEO? Very big question, right? Let's start. It starts with realization that your most important business tool isn't your laptop, your network, or your bank account. It is your own mind. As verse 46 concludes, it says, therefore be a yogi, O Arjun. Very, it's like a proverb. Be a yogi, O Arjun. Such few words, but very profound meaning. This is a call to action for every leader. Don't just be a worker. Don't just be an expert. Don't just be a bureaucrat. Cultivate the discipline of the mind. Practice the equanimity that allows you to see through the noise of the market. Lead from a place of stillness, and you will find the impossible problem starting to solve themselves. The specialist sees the obstacle, the yogi sees the path. Which one will you be? Let me know in the comments below. Before I part ways today, a few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, let me ask you, are you leading a company or just reacting to the markets? Well, many of us may not have a straight answer. Therefore, in this video, we decode the profound wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita and apply it to the high-stakes world of modern corporate leadership. Bhagwan Krishna speaks of world in a constant flux, a concept that today's CEO know as disruption. Let's go and discuss this further. Welcome to the executive suite. Not the one on the 50th floor, but that governs the very fabric of our reality. In the high pressure world of business, we are taught to crave stability. We build 5-year plan, we hedge against the risk, and we chase the predictable growth. But as any CEO who has lived through the market crashes or technological disruption knows, stability is often an illusion. Today we are bridging the gap between the boardroom and the battlefield of Kurukshetra. We are looking at a single verse from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 9, verse 10, that holds the secret to what I call the divine CEO. Well friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's start our discussion. Krishna tells Arjun and the quote starts, "O Kaunteya, it's only by my direction that this material world of animate and inanimate object is in a constant flux of creation, maintenance and destruction," quote close. This isn't just theology, it is the ultimate framework for strategic agility. The first part of the cycle is Shrishti, which is creation. For a CEO, this is the innovation phase. Every great company starts as a spark of moving and unmoving ideas. But notice the verse says this happens by my directions. In a corporate context, this divine direction represents your core purpose. True creation isn't just about launching a product to make a quick buck. It's about aligning with the flux of what the world is need next, basically fulfilling some sort of a need in the market. The lesson for the CEO therefore is, are you creating from a place of ego, or are you a channel for a solution that needs to exist? When you align your company's creation phase with a high vision, you aren't just a manager, you become an architect of the future. You are setting the directions for your own material world. Then comes the hardest part of for most of the leaders, which is sthiti, which means maintenance. The verse tells us that the world is in a constant flux. Ironically, maintenance in a state of flux doesn't mean keeping things the same. It means dynamic balance. Think of a bicycle. To maintain its upright position, it must be kept moving. The moment it stops, it falls. Many CEOs fail because they fall in love with their maintenance phase. They build inanimate objects, rigid processes, and stagnant hierarchies that refuse to move with the animate market. The lesson for the CEO, therefore, is maintenance is not about preventing change, it's about managing the direction of the change. Your job is to provide the steady hand that guides the constant flux so that your organization stay on course even as the waves get choppy. Now we come to the part that scares every executive, which is laya, which is destruction. The Gita tells us that the destruction is as divine as creation. In business, we call this creative destruction. It is the phase out of the old to make room for the new. If the CEO refuses to destroy an obsolete product line or a failing strategy, they eventually destroy the whole company. Verse 10 reminds us that the creation, maintenance, and destructions are all part of the same natural cycle. The lesson for the CEO, therefore, is you must be brave enough to dismantle what no longer serves the direction. This isn't failure, it is a necessary clearing of the ground so the next cycle of Shrishti, which is creation, can begin. To be a divine CEO means to stop resisting the flux. When you understand that the material world and your market is designed to be in constant motion, your stress levels drop drastically. You stop trying to control every atom and start focusing on the direction. As you go back to your emails, your meetings, and your spreadsheets today, ask yourself what I am creating, what is new and purposeful, what I am maintaining through dynamic movement. What do I need to courage to destroy so I can grow further. The universe is in flux. Don't fight it, lead it. And the quote says, under my direction, the world brings forth, and the quote close. And I have already read the complete verse for you. Now go forth, give your world a new direction. Friends, thank you for watching. And if this ancient wisdom helped clarify your modern mission, hit the subscribe button, share this with fellow leaders, and if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I go today, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज है बृहस्पतिवार और जैसा कि आप सभी लोगों को पता होगा, ज़्यादातर लोगों को पता रहता है कि बृहस्पतिवार का जो दिन होता है ये भगवान विष्णु के लिए समर्पित होता है। तो आज के दिन हम भगवान विष्णु की पूजा करते हैं, आराधना करते हैं और हर रोज की तरह अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले हम भगवान विष्णु का नमन करेंगे, उनको याद करेंगे। और आप जैसे जानते हैं कि हम हर मंत्र को 11 दफा करते हैं, तो आज भी हम एक बहुत ही आसान सा मंत्र भगवान विष्णु का जो मंत्र है वो 11 दफा हम रिसाइट करेंगे और हम ये काउंटर यूज करेंगे जिसमें आप देख सकते हैं कि नंबर आ जाते हैं। तो ये काफी हमें सहायता मिलती है कि हम इसमें देख लेते हैं कि कितनी बार हुआ है। आप जैसा मर्जी चाहे वैसा कर सकते हैं, आप उंगलियों का यूज कर सकते हैं, आप माला का यूज कर सकते हैं, आपके जो आपको कंफर्टेबल लगे वैसा करें। तो चलिए हम अपनी पूजा प्रारंभ करते हैं। आप सब हमारे साथ जुड़े और इस पूजा में पार्टिसिपेट करें। पहले तो हाथ जोड़ लेते हैं और भगवान विष्णु का नमन करते हैं। ओम नमो वासुदेवाय नमः। 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 तो दोस्तों हमारी पूजा आज की समाप्त होती है, तो हम इस वीडियो को बंद करते हैं, लेकिन जल्दी ही दूसरे वीडियो में मिलते हैं। तब तक आपका दिन मंगलमय हो, शुभ हो। नमस्कार। Hello friends, let me ask you, is your business trapped in a cycle of short-term wins that are secretly setting you up for a failure? If yes, then you have reached the right place. In this video, we break down a powerful 7,000-year-old leadership lesson from Bhagavad Gita that perfectly explains why successful companies suddenly go bankrupt. Many modern CEOs, business leaders, fall into the trap of chasing fleeting matrices, quarterly profit, temporary market hypes, and quick wins. But just as the Gita warns that exhausting your pity sends you back to the mortal realm, relying entirely on the past successes without continuous learning and innovation will drag your business back to square one. How this works, how this Bhagavad Gita verse help us, let's find out. Imagine this, your company just had its biggest quarter in history. Sales are through the roof, your stock prices is at all-time high, and you as a CEO are holding a trophy at an industry award gala. You are winning. But what if I told you that this exact moment of victory is the most dangerous moment of the entire career, of your entire career? What if I told you that the very mechanism behind your current success are quietly engineering your future bankruptcy? It sounds like paradox, but it happens every single day in the corporate world. We watch industry titans dominate a market only to vanish into irrelevance a few years later. Think of Nokia in 2007, think of Blockbuster, BlackBerry, or even Kodak. They weren't losing their downfall when the downfall began. They were actually winning. To understand why winning is so dangerous, we need to look at the modern economic textbook. We need to look back, 7,000 years ago on a battlefield. In Bhagavad Gita, chapter 9, verse 21, there is a profound psychological and strategic blueprint that explains exactly why successful entities collapses. Today, we are going to decode this timeless verse and look at the ultimate trap waiting for modern CEOs. So, friends, if you've reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you're watching this video. This will help us determine who's actually watching the entire video and who's not. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's look at the verse itself. The text states, and the quote starts, when they exhaust their piety, they return to planet of mortals. The Vedic rituals can give you only so much of fleeting pleasures, followed by entanglement in the cycle of life and death again and again. And the quote close. Now, if you look at this purely through a religious or spiritual lens, it's talking about karma and afterlife. It describes people who perform good deeds and rituals to enter Swarga, the heavenly realm. They enjoy immense god-like pleasures, but there is a catch. Those pleasures are finite. The moment their pious merits runs out, they are instantly dropped right back to earth, trapped in a grueling cycle of life and death. But let's translate this into modern corporate language now, so that it makes sense for us. In business, piety or the merit is your competitive advantage. It's your breakthrough product, your brilliant initial strategy, or a favorable market trend. Vedic rituals are standard corporate processes. Your quarterly meetings, your recurring marketing campaigns, your traditional sales funnels, the structure that worked for you in the past. And the fleeting pleasures, what are those? That's your short term revenue, your high profit margins, and your soaring valuation. Bhagavad Gita is giving us stark warning about expiration date of success. It tells us that no matter how high you fly on the merit of your past actions, that merit is a bank account that eventually hits zero. If you rely solely on your established corporate rituals without generating new value, you will exhaust your merit and crash straight back to the mortal realm, which in business means stagnation, disruption, and ultimate bankruptcy. Let's talk about how a CEO unknowingly exhausts their piety on Wall Street or in their startup ecosystem. When the company achieves product market fit, it experiences a massive rush of growth. Money pours in, the board is happy, the CEO feels invincible. This is the business equivalent of entering the heavenly realm. But this success creates a dangerous psychological trap, which is complacency disguised as efficiency. Instead of continuing to innovate, explore, and learn, the company shifts all its energy into protecting when it's already whatever it has. The CEO starts focusing entirely on executing the same old rituals. They optimize the supply chain by 2%. They squeeze another 1% out of marketing budget, and they repeat the exact formula that brought them here. They mistake operational efficiency for strategic longevity. Look at Nokia. In mid 2000s, they had a mountain of pious merit. They owned over 40% of the global mobile phone market. Their internal rituals, their hardware engineering and manufacturing pipeline were flawless. But while they were enjoying the fleeting pleasures of massive quarterly profits, the underlying landscape shifted. The iPhone arrived. Operating system changed from physical keypads to software ecosystem. Nokia past merit ran out faster than they could adapt. They hadn't invested in learning how to build a world-class software platform. Within a few short years, they returned to the planet of mortals. Their market share plummeted to near zero. They didn't fall because they stopped working hard. They failed because they kept performing the rituals of a world that no longer existed. The second part of the verse warns you of being entangled in the cycle of life and death again and again. In the corporate world, this is what I call the karmic loop of business. When a company relies entirely on a short term win, it becomes trapped in a frantic reactionary cycle. It looks like this: you experience a drop in sales because your product is getting outdated. How do you respond? Instead of fundamentally learning, innovating, and redesigning your strategy, you look for a quick fix, a corporate ritual. And you launch a massive discount campaign, or you cut cost by laying off staff to make quarterly balance sheet looks good. Boom, your number spikes up temporarily, you feel fleeting sense of pleasure, etc., etc. But because you didn't fix the root cause, your lack of innovation and learning, the numbers drop again a few months later. So what do? You repeat the cycle once more. More discounts, more cost cutting, more short term tricks, right? This is a treadmill of corporate survival. You are running as fast as you can just to stay in the exact same place, burning through your resources until finally you hit a wall, the market shifts permanently, your tricks stop working, and the business goes bankrupt. True leadership requires breaking free from the loop. It requires realizing that hitting this quarter's target is not the guarantee of the next year's survival. So, how does a modern CEO prevent their business from bankrupting itself during a winning streak? How do you stop your corporate piety from running out? The answer lies in shifting your mindset from exploitation to exploration. Unlock your infinite growth, which means understanding that your current success is merely a runaway. It's a buffer of time and capital given to you for one primary purpose: to fund your learning for the future. As a leader, you must never let your organization's capacity to execute outpace its capacity to learn. Dedicate a portion of your win not just to dividend or to stock buyback, but to relentless research and development. Build a corporate culture where questioning your own success is rewarded. Constantly ask your leadership team, what are the Vedic rituals we are performing out of habit that will become obsolete in 3 years? Bhagavad Gita reminds us that the temporary rewards are an illusion. In the world of business, if you are only playing for the next quarter, you are playing a finite game that has guaranteed end date. Don't let your current victories blind you. Treat your success not as a destination to rest in, but as a resource to burn as you build the future. Stop chasing the fleeting pleasures of short term metrics. Break free from the corporate loop and invest heavily in the continuous learning. And that is how you take a business from temporary mortal success and make it truly immortal. So, friends, if you have any questions, feel free to send it across. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. If this timeless insight changed the way you view your current business strategy, hit the like button, share it with your fellow leaders, and subscribe for more deep dive into ancient wisdom for the modern executive. And let me know in the comments below, what is one corporate ritual your company needs to rethink today. So I will see you in the next video. But before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base. which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now, friends, India and New Zealand have officially made history. In this video, we dive deep into the landmark India-New Zealand Free Trade Agreement FTA signed on April 27, 2026. This once-in-a-generation deal is all set to transform bilateral relations with the staggering 20 billion investment commitment from New Zealand into India and massive boost for Indian exporters. Let us discuss this in much more detail. In the world of global economies, some deals are just business as usual. But then there are deals that rewrite history. On April 27, 2026, India and New Zealand didn't just sign a paper, they launched a $20 billion revolution. We're talking about the India-New Zealand Free Trade Agreement. Imagine this. 100% duty-free access for over 8,000 Indian products. A massive $20 billion investment commitment coming into India, and a total overall of all students and professionals move between these two nations. But why now? Why New Zealand? And most importantly, how does this deal affect your pocket, your business, or also your career? Today we are breaking down this $20 billion handshake. So friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further on our analysis. Let's start with the big win for Make in India. Before the deal, Indian exporters faced a steep climb. We're talking about tariff as high as 10% on things like carpets, ceramic, and auto parts. But as of this week, that barrier has been obliterated. New Zealand has granted India a perfect score, which is 100% of Indian export product line will now enter New Zealand with zero custom duty. And who are the biggest winner? Biggest winners are the textile and apparel. And if you are a garment manufacturer in Tirupur or Ludhiana, the New Zealand market just opened its door wide open. Immediate zero duty status means India now has a massive edge over regional competitors. Leather and footwear is the next one. The leather hub of Agra and Kanpur are celebrating. With tariffs dropping from 5% to 0, experts project the sector could skyrocket to a $50 billion valuation by 2030. Next is engineering and gems. From machinery to handcraft jewelry, the tax wall is completely gone. This isn't just about selling more, it's about making Indian goods the most competitive option in the Pacific. Now let's talk about the money. Most trade deals focus on what we sell to each other. This deal is different. New Zealand has committed to facilitate $20 billion investment into India over next 15 years. Why is New Zealand putting so much skin in the game? It's about trust. They are betting on Indian growth. This capital isn't just sitting in a bank. It is targeted for agri-tech, helping Indian farmers with cold chain logistics and high yield technology. It is going to be invested in infrastructure and startups, fueling the next wave of Indian unicorns. It is also be helping manufacturing, setting up shop right here in India to export globally. And here is a kicker, there is a rebalancing clause. If that $20 billion isn't flowing as promised, the deal has a formal mechanism to review and fix it. This is accountability at its finest. So if you are a student or a professional listening to this video, listen closely. This FTA isn't about cargo ships, it's about people. For the first time, New Zealand has created a temporary employment entry pathway specifically for 5,000 Indian professionals. Whether you are in IT, engineering, healthcare, or even a yoga instructor or an Indian chef, you can now work in New Zealand for up to 3 years at a time, in a slot of 3 years at a time, right? And for the student, the game has completely changed. Post study work rights are now given. So STEM graduates get up to 3 years of working right, and if you are a PhD scholar, you get 4 years. Work while you learn. Student can also work for 20 hours per week during their studies, and absolutely no cap at all. New Zealand has removed numerical caps on Indian student. This isn't just a trade deal, it's a talent bridge. Now I know that some of you are thinking lot of questions you may have in your mind. What about our farmers? India is the world's largest milk producer. Opening the door to New Zealand dairy giant would have been risky, but the Indian negotiator led by Mr. Piyush Goyal stood firm. Dairy, sugar, and sensitive agriculture items are excluded from the deal. Our local farmers are protected. Instead, we are seeing a collaboration over competition model. For things like apples, kiwi fruit, and manuka honey, India has allowed limited access through quotas. This means New Zealand can send a fixed amount of premium fruits to our markets without hurting local prices. In return, they are setting up center of excellence to help Indian farmers increase their own productivity. It's a win-win that respects the livelihood of the Indian heartland. Prime Minister Modi called this a historic milestone on the road to Viksit Bharat 2047. This is the seventh major trade deal India has signed in the last few years, and it won't be the last. With $20 billion on the table, zero duties for our exporters, and new horizons for our youth, the India-New Zealand partnership is no longer under leverage. It's a powerhouse. So, friends, what do you think? Is this deal that finally put Indian MSMEs on the global map? Let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to hit that like button if you found this breakdown helpful. And subscribe for more deep dive into the deals shaping India's future. My name is CK and I'll see you again in the next one. Before I close, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, Namaskaram, you are most welcome. Is your decision making being hijacked by personal bias, attachment, or aversion? In the high pressure world of CEO, unchecked emotions don't just cost you your peace of mind, they cost you your bottom line also. In this video, therefore, we decode and take help from Bhagavad Gita to uncover an ancient strategy for modern business success. We explore how developing a radical self control and emotional discipline allows you to lead with clarity, attract strategic grace, and maintain objective focus even during the market volatility. Let's go. You are a CEO. You are trained to be the most rational person in the room. You have the spreadsheets, the market data, the KPIs, and the team. You have built your entire career on the premise that the data driven means objective. But let me ask you a question. When the last time you made a decision that wasn't about the numbers, but about the outcome you desperately wanted or the failure you were terrified of? Maybe it was holding onto a failing product line because you were too attached to the idea of it. Maybe it was rejecting a merger not because it did make any sense, but because you had an aversion to the partner's personality. We think our desire, our ambitions, our craving for the win, our fear of the loss drive us forward. But often, these are the exact things clouding our vision. Today, we are looking at 5,000-year-old leadership principle from Bhagavad Gita, as mentioned in chapter 2, verse 64. It's a strategy for the modern boardroom and it explains why your deepest desire might actually be the anchor dragging down your bottom line. In the ancient text of Bhagavad Gita, the human mind is described as constantly oscillating between two states, Rag and Dvesh. So, Rag stands for attachment and desires, Dvesh stands for aversion or hatred. In business terms, Rag is the must have deal. It is an obsession with specific Q4 target, and that makes you, going forward, ignore the market reality. Dvesh is that irrational fear or dislike. It is the refusal to fire an underperforming manager because you didn't like the conflict, or the knee jerk rejection of a new technology because it makes you uncomfortable. Why is this hurting your bottom line? Because when you are in a desire, you aren't seeing the market as it is. You are seeing the market as you want it to be. When you want a deal to close, your brain downplays the risk. You stop asking, is this sustainable, and start asking, how can I make this work? You lose your objectivity. Your decision making matrix is fundamentally compromised. You aren't operating with a sharp scalpel, you are operating with a sledgehammer. And the bottom line, it reflects the lack of clarity. Now, let's look at the actual verse as mentioned in Bhagavad Gita 2.64. And it says, the quote starts, by moving through the world with senses free from attachment and aversion, a person of disciplined mind attains the grace of the inner clarity. And the quote close. The key word here is the prasada. It is often translated as grace or divine mercy. But in a corporate context, think of prasada as the peak clarity. When you are free from the frantic need to grasp what you want or push away what you fear, you reach a state of equilibrium. In this state, you don't lose your drive. You didn't become passive. Instead, you become, perspective. You start seeing the market trends that other misses because they are too busy chasing their own shadows. You negotiate better because you aren't desperate for the result. You lead the team better because you aren't projecting your own insecurities onto them. So, how do you actually apply this on a Tuesday morning at 9 a.m.? You don't need to go to a cave and meditate for years. You need to apply emotional auditing. And here are the three steps which I want to share with you. Number one is trigger audit The trigger audit. Before every high stake meeting, take 60 seconds to scan yourself. Ask, am I attached to a specific outcome here? If the answer is yes, acknowledge it. Tell yourself, I want this outcome, but I am open to whatever is the best for the firm. Simply naming the attachment reduces its power over your subconscious. Number two is the worst case simulation, which is about fear or aversion. Fear is the flip side of the desire. Often we make bad decisions because we are terrified of specific outcome. Force yourself to play out that worst case scenario. When you accept that, you can survive the worst case scenario. The dvesha or aversion loses its grip. You are no longer acting out of fear, you are acting out of strategy. And number three, the 10-minute gap. The high frequency trading algorithms are successful because they take the emotions out of the trade. You need to build a 10-minute gap into your decision making process. When you feel a strong desire to go on a deal, wait 10 minutes, step away, decompress. Let the initial emotional spike subside. The decision you make often after the spike is almost always more profitable than the one you make during it. We often hear that business is a game of aggression, of getting what you want, but the longest standing institutions aren't built by the people who were the most desperate to win. They are built by the people who were the most capable of seeing the truth. Desires are not your enemy, but they are dangerous guide. Use them as fuel, but never let them sit in the driver's seat. When you strip away the frantic grasping for results and fearful avoidance of the risk, you are left with something much more powerful, a CEO who claims clear and unshakable and is also calm. This isn't just enlightenment, that is a massive competitive advantage. That is how you protect your bottom line and, more importantly, how you secure your legacy. Master your desires and you master the market. So, friends, thanks for watching. If this perspective shifted the way you look at your next big decision, hit the subscribe button and let me know in the comment what is one attachment you are ready to let go this week. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across in the comment section below, and I will see you in the next video, my friends. Bye for now. Hello, friends, and Namaskaram. On June 15th, 1908, a landmark moment in India's financial history took place in the formal incorporation of Calcutta Stock Exchange. As one of the oldest stock exchange in Asia and the second to be established in India after the Bombay Stock Exchange, the CSE, the Calcutta Stock Exchange, quickly transformed into a primary engine of the financial growth of the Eastern India region. Therefore, in this video, we explore the origins of the exchange, its original 150 founding members, and how it cemented Calcutta's status as a premier hub for trade, industry, and investment in the early 20th century. Let's go. June 15th in 1908, a date that might seem like just another page in history. But for the financial world of Asia, it was a turning point. Imagine the scene: horse driven carriages clattering over the cobblestone of a line range, the air thick with humidity of Bengal summer, and the hum of the city that served as the heartbeat of the British Empire in India. On this day, a group of visionaries gathered to do something bold. They were signing a charter to create Calcutta Stock Exchange. Today, we are going back in time to see how it all began. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in into this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's proceed further. To understand the importance of 1908, we have to understand the city. At the time, Calcutta wasn't just a city, it was the commercial powerhouse of the East. The massive British trading houses were located there. managing the tea gardens of Assam, the jute mills along the Hooghly, and the sprawling coal mines of the hinterlands. Before the exchange, trading happened informally, often under the shades of neem tree or the makeshift offices. But the scale of business was becoming too vast, too complex for informal handshakes. The economy demanded order. The economy demanded an institution. Enter the 150 founding members, of initial founding members. They weren't just the merchants, they were the architects of India's modern financial landscape. When the Calcutta Stock Exchange was incorporated on June 15th, 1908, it wasn't a sole effort, it was a massive collaboration of both Indian and European brokers. Think about the friction of that era. Yet, in the pits of exchange, business came first. They pooled their resources, established a regulatory code, and decided that instead of scattered trading, they would create a unified marketplace. The exchange became the second in all of India, trailing only the Bombay Stock Exchange, and it quickly became the primary financial hub for everything happening in the East. Why does this matter today? Because the Calcutta Stock Exchange fueled the industrial revolution of East India. When you look at the growth of the coal industry, the massive exports of jute that were essential to global trade, or the tea plantation that became household names, we are looking at companies that were at the same point traded right there on the lines range. It provided the liquidity and the transparency that allowed these businesses to grow from small family run business operations into massive corporate entities. It set the stage for how India would handle capital, risk, and investment for the next century. The building online range still stands today, a silent witness to over a century of boom, bust, policy shift, and the sheer grit of the trader who walked on its floor. While the world of finance has moved into a digital realm where billions of dollars exchange hand in milliseconds via fiber optics cable, the spirit of 1908 remains relevant. It taught us that the economy is only as strong as the institution itself. Founders of 1908 didn't just create a building, they created a culture of trust and commerce that laid the foundation for the India as we see it today. History isn't just about dates and charters, it's about people who saw the potential for a better, more organized future. June 15th, 1908 changed everything for the traders of Calcutta and, by extension, for the history of Indian finance. So, friends, thanks for joining me on this trip back to 1908. If you enjoyed this dive into our financial heritage, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and hit that bell icon. I want to know what other historic institutions should we uncover next. Drop a suggestion in the comments below, and I will see you next very soon, friends. Bye for now.